workout is 10 rounds of 100. 35 bumpers and thrusters for 10 rounds. The top gap is 12 minutes. 1 minute, athletes. Judges, ready with your athletes. Athletes, ready. 30 seconds. Get set. 10 seconds. Stand by.
several more missed the clean and jerk. And that's a big hit to take because, if that happened, you were basically bottom three in the event, and then, big points that were potentially given away. And in some cases, like Taylor Howe and Christoph Horvath, athletes that would typically have a top 5 finish on a weightlifting competition, took a bottom 5. And then the question becomes, how do you deal with that mentally, knowing that you're walking off the floor giving away not just points for a missed lift, but points on a workout that really could have been a big point winner for you.
All right, let's step away for a second as we get prepared for heat number 2. The women will continue here, on heat number 3. One more time.
Judges, with your athletes. Athletes ready. Judges ready.
Oh.
30 seconds. Get set. 10 seconds. Stand by.
All right, welcome back into the Dubai Duty-Free Tennis Stadium here for event 3. We're looking at 10 rounds for time, 1 legless short rope climb, 10 thrusters, and 35 heavy double unders for the women. Once again, I'm Derek Forrest, joined by Brian Friend, as heat number 2 of event 3 has just begun.
Yeah, these are the 10 athletes kind of in the middle of the field after that first day of competition. Some of them will feel like they are seeking that top heat. Others of them will feel like this is a big opportunity after maybe capitalizing on some early workouts that maybe they didn't know were going to be great for them. Shahad Boudebs, representing the UAE, is the 11th seeded athlete after day number 1. She had a 2nd place finish on the obstacle course, and that goes a long way if you can have a top 2, 3 finish on a workout. So despite having a bottom 5 finish on the lifting, she's still leading this heat of ladies. She's awesome at gymnastics, and like globally good at gymnastics. So legless rope climb should be an advantage for her, and we'll see how the fitness holds up through 12 minutes of work.
Here are your lane assignments for heat 2. You have Allison and Nguyen in lane 1, Lauren Fisher in lane 2, Luisa Marquez in lane 3, Manon Agonis in lane 4, lane 5 is Shahad Boudebs, lane 6 Julia Cato, lane 7 Kyra Milligan, lane 8 Saya Kaya, lane 9 Andrea Solberg, and in lane 10 Emily Roman.
Yeah, and actually a host of past CrossFit Games experience in this heat, including some throwbacks with Lauren Fisher, who hasn't done an individual CrossFit Games in a number of years, primarily competing on the team division. She has competed here individually previously in 2018, and she was the first one back to the rope to start round number 2.
Yeah, Lauren Fisher obviously spent some time with Team Reykjavik as well when they decided to team up and take down some of the big dogs, including Mayhem a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, she's been on the podium at the CrossFit Games in the team division. She just missed it with Reykjavik taking 4th that year that you're referring to. And just across the line there we see 6 athletes that have already kind of separated from the rest. Manon Angonis, CrossFit Games this past year. Kyra Milligan was on CrossFit Mayhem Independence. Sahar Kaya, 2-time Games athlete, 23rd at the Games. Andrea Solberg, 1-time Games athlete during the online version. And Emily Rolfe, coming off her career best performance, 12th place at the Games this past season. Emily Rolfe, upper body pulling, I wouldn't say is a massive strength of hers. The thrusters and double unders, however, are. If she can manage those rope climbs, the fitness is there without a doubt. So I'll be watching her on the rope.
In 8, 9, and 10, Sayar Kaya, Andrea Solberg, Emily Rolfe. Looks like a 3-woman race on that side of the floor. Andrea Solberg currently in the lead as Lauren Fisher is now putting down her jump rope, but Andrea Solberg in the lead, being tracked down by Saya Kaya and Emily Rolfe.
And it's one of those things where the women in 8, 9, 10, they feel their presence. They're right on top of each other, shoulder to shoulder. Their barbells even bouncing into the Lauren Fisher's kind of all on her own on the other side of the floor, and it reminds me of like swimming growing up. If you're having a good event in an outside lane, you can sometimes just kind of sneak by. The rest of the people maybe don't notice you, and maybe capitalize on that later on in the workout.
Once again, this is a 10 rounds per time workout with a 12-minute time cap. You're looking at 1 legless rope climb on the short rope, 10 thrusters, and 35 heavy double unders. First one back to the rope in lanes 8, 9, and 10 is coming out of lane 8. That's Saya Kaya, followed by Emily Rolfe. And then Andrea Solberg still on her heavy double unders.
I got a chance to train with Sahar up in Oslo earlier this off-season, alongside their coaches there at the Krieger with the training program, and they, Sahar is in an interesting situation compared to a lot of the other athletes. The women's field in Asia is a lot different than the women's field in Europe, and she was doing high-level gymnastics with weight vests and a lot of practice in that regard. Even in the off-season. So to see her doing well with the legless rope climb workout here, not necessarily that big of a surprise for me.
This heat's a little bit tighter than heat number 1. I'm trying to track the jump ropes on the floor. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 5 women who are currently on this round getting to their jump ropes here in the next 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think that it is Kaya, Fisher, and Milligan. Currently the top 3 with Rolfe just a step behind there, then Manon Angonis and Andrea Solberg. Kyra Milligan has been intentionally breaking her, as you see her take a break there right on the right side of the screen, she's been intentionally breaking her double unders from the start. In the first heat, we saw athletes go unbroken and broken and broken, and then take big breaks in the rounds like 4 through 8 that maybe weren't planned. So we'll see if this kind of intentional break from the beginning ends up paying off for Milligan towards the end.
Coming from behind, we've got also Lauren Fisher going on to the rope line. Julia Gallo gets back in, Kyra gets back in, Emily Rolfe gets back in.
So we've got Emily Rolfe in lane 10, Lauren Fisher in lane 2, getting back to the rope. Also being joined by Andrea Solberg, also getting back to her rope as well.
And Sahar Kaya has now got a full 10-rep lead on the field. She was here last year. I don't think she had the competition that she was hoping to, 15 out of 18. So she didn't get the automatic invite for the top 12. She got it for the invite. Sometimes alumni, they like the young athletes. And also she had a great, actually the best performance a woman out of Asia has ever had at the CrossFit Games. So certainly a warranted invite. But I think that she's come a long way in the last 12 months. And even though I would say the field from top to bottom, it's not only bigger, I think it's also deeper. I think Sahar is a very likely top 10 threat throughout the entire competition.
The Asian region is, over the last couple of years, haven't been supported much at the games. So to see that talent finally break through, how great is that for that region?
Yeah, there are actually 2 women in Sungyoung Choi and Sahar Kaya who have emerged as being legitimate contenders at the CrossFit Game. Choi was 26th there in 2022. Sahar, a one-upping her this year, taking 23rd. Sungyoung Choi took the season off to recover from some injuries. But those 2 women, they seem to be ahead of the rest of the continent currently. And that's why she can kind of train a little bit freely, feeling that I'm in a good position as long as I come into semifinal healthy. And that allows the mindset to be a little bit altered in terms of a season-long preparation for her ultimate goal, which is to push further and further up the leaderboard at the Games.
Saya Kaya in lane 8. She is on round 6 of 10. She's finishing up her final set of thrusters before she moves to her double unders. Looks like she's got 5 thrusters to go, again coming out of lane 8.
Yeah, and that 10-rep lead that she had established has been shrunk a little bit by both Milligan and Lauren Fisher. Kyra Milligan, another one of those athletes who I know is at some point looking to make the transition from team competition that she did last year back into the individual field, which she'd done previously. I'm not sure what she'll do this season yet, but the fact that she's out here getting this competition experience against, just within this heat, several CrossFit Games athletes, this is what she needs to be doing to build the confidence and the experience against the level of competition she'll have to go against when she wants to make that run for the Games.
You see Kyra Milligan in lane 7 trying to keep pace with Saya Kaya.
Yeah, and Milligan seemingly taking, well, she maybe checking with her judge something there, but she's been taking breaks every round, and we watched Sahar Kaya taking some bigger breaks than she had been taking previously. Kaya maintaining the lead, but Lauren Fisher only maybe 2 or 3 reps behind her, and Milligan 2 or 3 reps behind that. So that lead that Sahar Kaya had 2 rounds ago is all but gone at this point.
Yeah, so Sahar Kaya in lane 8, followed by Lauren Fisher in lane 2 and Kyra Milligan in lane 7. Those are your 3 leaders in this heat. They are now starting round number 7 of 10.
And 10 rounds is the target. However, 12 minutes is the time cap. We're 3 minutes away from that. All of them are chasing down the score from the previous round, which was almost finishing 8 rounds from Elena Karatala, maybe 1 or 2 double unders short there. So we'll keep that in mind as the time cap gets closer and closer.
Lauren Fisher now getting back to her her barbell, excuse me. So the 2 women race right now right next to each other. It is now Kyra Milligan who is now advancing to her jump rope, followed by Kair Saya in lane 8.
And Kyra Milligan not only taking the lead on that set of thrusters, but also jogging to her rope for the first time. The rope's getting further away, so closing that distance a little faster makes sense. But I'm starting to think that those intentional breaks on the double unders from the beginning were a really intelligent game plan for Milligan. 2 minutes to the time cap. Another break here for Milligan. Kaya's taking a break. Lauren Fisher pushing through on this set of double unders, and it's possible we see yet another. Oh, it is going to be Milligan, only by a couple reps over Fisher. And I think that both of them may have overtaken Sahar Kaya at this point.
First is Kyra. Now on to her is Sahar Kaya getting closer to
Another little jog there for Milligan, and something that we haven't seen from either Kaya or Fisher. And I gotta say, I've been watching Kyra Milligan for a few years. I had a chance to talk with her coach, Keith Lamy. Over the last 18 months, she had a chance to go train with CrossFit Mayhem, learn from those athletes there. It feels to me like she's really dialed in her lifestyle and her nutrition. She leaned out but maintained her top end strength. And to see her doing well in this style of workout deep into the time cap against Sahar Kaya and Lauren Fisher with CrossFit Games experience, that's a veteran type of performance that it's refreshing for me to see it from Kyra.
Kyra Milligan now advancing to her double unders. Saya Kaya, though, immediately jumped to her rope after finishing her double unders, so she's a couple reps in the lead over Lauren Fisher in lane 2.
And if we've done our math correctly here, finishing this round of double unders would put them ahead of Elena Karatala. So we got about 40 seconds to the cap. Karatala got, I think, 33 or 4 in this round. So Milligan's going to take over the lead in terms of the competition here. She got 30 seconds to get this rope climb, and as she's jogging back there, that could be the difference in terms of 1 rep, but a big rep compared to Kaya and Fisher, who may end up tied here at this point.
Saya Kaya took the lead because Lauren Fisher fumbled picking up her jump rope off the ground. It looks like they're going to finish up the same amount of reps here unless Lauren can get up the rope before time runs out. She's going to try to get to the rope, but she's not able to do so. Kyra Milligan is going to take the heat win. She gets time capped, but she wins heat number 2.
Yeah, and through 2 heats, she has the new score to beat, which is going to be 8 rounds plus 6 reps, 1 on the legless rope climb, 5 signaled by our judge there right at the end of the workout. So 8 plus 6 should be the score to beat with 1 heat, the top 10 women after day 1 coming up.
All right, we're going to step away between heats. We will be back here from the Dubai Fitness Championships in just a moment. Welcome back into the Dubai Duty-Free Tennis Stadium here for day 2 of the Dubai Fitness Championships. Once again, I'm Derek Forrest, joined alongside Brian Friend. We've got Heat 3 of Event 3 getting set in just a few moments. Let's recap what that is. It is 10 rounds for time, 1 legless short rope climb, 10 thrusters, 40 kg, 30 kg for the men and women. Women doing 30 kg in this heat and 35 heavy double unders.
Yeah, and we thought that it was possible for 1 or 2 ladies to potentially finish this. So far, Kyra Milligan leading the way, 8 rounds and 6 reps. We're going to see whether it's possible, and if there's anyone who can do it, it's probably in this heat. Karen Frey and Emma Tall, both top 15 games performances here, and both really, really good in this style of workout capacity over this time domain. Obviously something you have to be excellent at. The legless rope climb should be fine for them, and then it's just a matter of pushing those transition. I think that the main limiter for the ladies so far has been they're not jogging between those transitions until Kyra did it really late in that workout. Let's see if there's a little bit more aggression in the transition as we get into the round 5 and 6, and that will likely be our cue to whether or not someone's going to beat the cap.
This is your final heat for the women in this event. Your lane assignments: in lane 1, Jacqueline Dahlstrom; in lane 2, Ingrid Hudenmeyer; lane 3, Voshlemoy Kolstad; in lane 4, Elisa Fuliano; lane 5, Karen Frey; lane 6, Mia Hesketh; lane 7, Claudia Clark; lane 8, Camilla Hellman; lane 9, Nurjit Bleeker; and lane 10, Emma Tall.
And a Scandinavian powerhouse heat, 3 women from Sweden, 3 women from Norway out of the 10 in this heat. So after day number 1, they're putting on quite a show coming up out of Scandinavia.
Majority of the women getting to their double unders. 9 of the 10 pretty much getting to their double unders at the very same time. Camilla Hellman a little behind everybody else in lane 8. We'll see who will continue to advance and gets to the jump rope, or excuse me, the rope climbs first, as they have now finished their 35 double unders, and that is out of lane 5, Karen Frey getting back to the rope first.
Yeah, just behind her, Norcha Bleeker, Elisa Fuliano. And Elisa Fuliano, sneaky one to watch in this workout as well. I'm a believer in Elisa Fuliano after the last 2 seasons. One of the shorter athletes out here, gymnastics background, range of motion and advantage on the barbell. And, she's just fit, so I'd expect her to be in the mix throughout this one.
First woman to finish her thrusters, that is Karen Frey out of lane 5. Followed by Lisa Fuliano in 4. And Claudia Gluck in lane 7. Also behind Mia Hesketh in lane 6 as well. So the women's in lane 5, 6, and 7 currently controlling the pace. We'll see if that continues.
Yeah, it's still early, but the leaders from yesterday are the leaders to begin this heat here with the middle 4 lanes. And, it's Karen Frey's the defending champion here. She had several event wins here last year. The field's deeper, though. And, these women that are right on her heels after day 1, they know that if they want to maintain touch with her, they have to challenge her pace in these workouts. Because if you let her get out to a lead like she did last year, it could just be another runaway.
In lane 5, that is Karen Frey. She was the first one to the rope. Elisa Fuliano behind her in lane 4. Karen Frey, the first woman to get to her jump rope here, as she is now in round number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, your last year.
Joining her, Norcha Bleeker in lane 9, Elisa Fuliano in lane 4, Mia Hesketh in lane 6, Claudia Gluck in lane 7, and Emma Tall in lane 10.
Yeah, I would not sleep on Emma Tall. Like I said, incredible level of fitness. She's, of the athletes in the field, she's coming off the best CrossFit Games performance, not just of her career, but of anyone that's here. 11th place this past season. Tremendous amount of fitness, good capacity for this type of work. But Norcha Bleeker hanging tough in lane 9, currently second in the heat. She's, of the leading women here, probably the least well known for most casual CrossFit fans. She also got an invite here a few weeks ago. She had an 8th place finish at the Madrid Championships in September. And her, along with Linda Kiesman, have been kind of the 2 top women out of the Netherlands over the past couple seasons. Linda actually had to withdraw from this competition a couple weeks ago as she's nursing an injury. Norcha got kind of the replacement invite out of the Netherlands, I guess. I don't know how that's how it went, but she's doing really well here in this workout through the first 4 minutes.
All right, so you speak of the unknown, quote-unquote, unknown talent that we've seen here, especially so far early on in this first set of heats with this women. But Dubai, they love to pride themselves on finding those up-and-comers. We see a lot of them come through the years. This year's no different.
Yeah, and potentially one of those athletes is in lane 3. Vesloma Kolstad, who you mentioned, was had a great performance yesterday on the obstacle course. I think that was a little surprising. She's an excellent weightlifter, so I wasn't shocked necessarily that she did well there. And right out the gate, in a very crossfitty workout, MW, mountain structural weightlifting gymnastics triplet over 12 minutes. She's thrown into the final heat against seasoned and experienced and established athletes. So this is going to be a chance for us to see how she holds up in the fitness element of what event 3 represents.
In lane 5, that is Karen Frey. She is now beginning round number 6 as she gets to her 1 legless rope climb before she heads back to the barbell for her 10 thrusters. All right, so you've got Karen Frey in lane 5. She's back on her 35 double unders with a heavy rope. She's finishing up round 6. Joining her as well, Claudia Gluck in lane 7. And you've got a multitude of other women staying close as well. If I'm not mistaken, 1, 2, and 3 now. Jacqueline Dahlstrom, Ingrid Hudemeyer, and Vesloma Kolstad have a race of their own as well.
Yeah, I think they're 1 round behind. So it's Frey and then Gluck. And Claudia Gluck, as you mentioned, a young athlete. I think people have seen her compete now. She's been at semifinals a couple years. She was here last year. But this workout in particular could be a little sneaky redemption workout for her. At the 2021 semifinals Lowlands, they had the 10 legless rope climb workout, and she was leading against the entire field through 8 rounds. Hit a wall on round number 9, failed, and failed again on the legless rope climb workout. And she's got good upper body pulling capacity. She actually had the 7th best score on the obstacle course yesterday, men or women. She beat all but 6 men on that workout, and it was a big pulling capacity test, as we talked about in heat number 1. So seeing her kind of pass by some women as we advance through a 10-round legless rope climb workout 2 years later has to be a good feeling if you're Claudia Gluck or any of her supporters or fans.
No doubt, no doubt. Lane 5, Karen Frey still remains your leader in this heat. She's in round number 7. Again, it is a 12-minute time cap. They're trying to complete 10 rounds before they hit that cap.
Yeah, Gluck and Bleeker seem to be kind of rep for rep here. Gluck sets her bar down, Bleeker a half a rep behind her. So it's Frey, Gluck, and Bleeker. And I'm impressed here with Norcha Bleeker. I mean, Karen Frey, Claudia Gluck, I could see this coming. Norcha Bleeker staying ahead of Fuliano, Tall, and Hesketh as we get into the last third of this workout. Says a lot. I actually spoke to her after lifting yesterday. She said she felt like if the format had been different that she would have PR'd her snatch, and she feels like her preparation for this competition is as good as it's been for any competition in her career.
Claudia Gluck, the first one to get to her double unders between her and Norcha Bleeker, but it's only separated by a couple of reps between those two. Karen Frey remains to be your leader. She is now beginning round number 8 as she walks her way back to her legless rope climb.
Just about the 8.5-minute mark. She's still walking back there. Bleeker has overtaken Gluck for the second spot in the heat, and the time that they're, or the score that they're all chasing is Kyra Milligan's from the previous heat, 8 rounds plus 6 reps.
So Karen Frey now in lane 5, now back to her barbell, working on her thrusters. She's at her 4th thruster out of 10. This is round 7, excuse me, not round 8, as they try to track down Kyra Milligan's time from the last heat. Again, in lane 7, Claudia Gluck and Norcha Bleeker are 2nd and 3rd as well. Norcha Bleeker sitting in 2nd, as both her and Gluck are now making their way to their rope for their 35 double unders. That is your battle for 2nd, trying to track down Karen Frey in lane 5. There you see her right there. Is Karen Frey right there on your screen.
So the one who can be first in this heat is between 2. Either Karen Frey or Claudia Gluck on this side. Karen breaks her double unders. She keeps going, she keeps moving, but Claudia is going unbroken. She's still going, Claudia. She could be, yes.
Karen Frey has now finished up her double unders, and now she is entering round number 8.
2 minutes to go, and Norcha Bleeker, Claudia Gluck, and Karen Frey are basically step by step. Karen Frey took the lead in the 2nd round and has not relinquished it. Let's take a look and see which of these athletes jump up on the rope first here. None of them, however, are jogging back to the rope the way that we saw Kyra Milligan doing at this point of the workout. And Claudia Gluck and Karen Frey done with that rope climb before Bleeker even jumps up on the rope.
All right, Karen Frey, still your leader. She gets to the barbell, then followed up by Claudia Gluck in lane 7. Norcha Bleeker now getting to her barbell in lane 9. That is 1, 2, 3. That is Karen Frey now with 2 reps remaining on her thrusters. Again, Claudia Gluck now tied with Karen Frey as they'll make their way to the double unders. Frey, though, walking a little bit faster, trying to hold the pace.
50 seconds remaining, athletes. 50 seconds.
So now we've got a head-to-head race for sure. Karen Frey at lane 5, Claudia Gluck in lane 7, basically starting their double unders at the same time as they were trying to finish up their round here before hitting the time cap, 12-minute time cap.
30 seconds to go. Karen Frey is going to race back to the rig, but at this point, it looks like Kyra Milligan could be walking away with an event win to start things off on day number 2. She had gotten this rope climb plus 5 thrusters. Frey looks like she's going to have time to get it done as 15 seconds remain on the clock. She'll go down to the kip there. We'll see if Gluck or Bleeker is able to jump up there. So Karen Frey looking like she's going to take 2nd to Kyra Milligan on this event. Bleeker and Gluck both on the rope. Gluck gets the tap. Her judge gives it to her. Bleeker, I'm not sure. We'll have to check and see the scores. Pretty exciting finish there, but again, the rope's on the floor, not entirely sure. I see Kiefer Lamy in the stands, Kyra Milligan's coach. He looks happy. I think that he just realizes it's not just his athlete, it's also his girlfriend might have just taken an event win.
Karen Frey at lane 5 takes the heat there. We'll have to see what the official times are, but yes, could be Kyra Milligan who ends up winning out of heat number 2, and then a close one between Claudia Gluck and Norcha Bleeker. We'll have to see what those times are officially once that comes in.
You guys may have just seen on your screen there, Andy Murray, famous tennis player out of the UK, is in town. Obviously, this is a tennis stadium, and he's taking a little time out of his day to come and watch some CrossFit this afternoon, which is awesome to see.
Good to see the tennis stars coming out to check out a little bit of CrossFit. Andy Murray, you can only have a handful of names bigger than that in terms of tennis, you know?
Absolutely. Very, very cool.
All right, so we're going to take a break before the men get started with event number 3 here on day 2 here at the Dubai Fitness Championships. We will see you in just a few moments. Welcome back into the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. The men are getting set to take on Event 3 presented by Pixel. We just saw the women finish up. It looks like the winner came out of Heat 2. That was Kyra Milligan. We'll have to check the official scoring. But, Brian, what are your expectations for this one after seeing what you saw from the women?
Yeah, I think that the men are going to be a little bit better on this workout within the time cap that we're allotted. Just legless rope climbs in general. A lot of times you'll see a different number program for men relative to women. Just having the bigger grip and the better pulling capacity. Therefore, the thruster weight is still light, so I think it's pretty much a wash. And just the overall shoulder stamina of this workout. Kyra Milligan, if she did in fact win that one, really made the difference on the transitions, and that's what I'm going to be looking to see starting with heat number 1. You saw Alex Catoulis on that list. He was the only male yesterday to miss his snatch, therefore finished near the bottom of the Olympic lifting total, but he's a seasoned veteran at this competition. He often beats athletes that beat him at semifinals and make it to the games when he competes here. And this combination of movements, just like Elena Karatala, who still did manage about a 6th place finish coming out of Heat 1, I expect that his score, whatever it is on this workout, is going to be one that future heats will be looking at as a legitimate and respectable score.
Here is event number 3 presented by Pixel. It is 10 rounds of 1 legless rope climb, 10 thrusters. You're looking at 40 kg for the men, and then 35 heavy double unders. Here are your lane assignments as the men take the floor. Elliot Simmons is going to come out of lane 2. Yorgos Karavis out of lane 3. Uldis Upenix in lane 4. David Charunki in lane 5. Alex Catoulis in lane 6. Martin Cuervo in lane 7. And Christoph Horvath, the older brother of Laura Horvath, coming in lane 8.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, Alex Catoulis often misses out of the games by a few, to the games by a few spots at semifinals. Some of those athletes who have beaten him in recent years, Karavis, Upenix, and Charunki, are in this heat. But I think that throw those guys into a blender here, this is going to be quite a battle for a Heat 1 of an event like this.
Do you have a key or keys to success for this one?
Yeah, for me, I would say keep the pace, and that's relative to yourself. What we saw from Milliken was intentional breaks from the beginning that were able to be maintained throughout the workout while everyone else slowed down, specifically on the jump rope and the transitions. And that's where she won that workout, with that run as the jump rope gets further from the ring. If you start walking, especially slower and slower, that time drips away and athletes will pull away from you as well.
We definitely saw transitions, and the running back and forth between your rope and the rig seemed to be the determining factor with the women. We'll see what happens here with the men as they are moments away from beginning event 3 presented by Pixel.
Did take a little chance and reached out to Kiefer, and he believes, same as us, that Kyra did get the win on that one. However, despite not winning it, Karen Freya 2nd place, and that's just what she does. She never goes away. We'll talk about the women later on. Back to the men. Sorry about that.
All men now on their first legless rope climb. Again, they'll then move on to 10 thrusters, and then they'll have a 35 double unders with a heavy rope.
And watch Yorgos Karavis here. He's one of the best in the world when it comes to thrusters in general, often doing exceptionally well on those workouts. And he's the first one done with the bar, but the cycle rate on those is just very fast. If you've ever been in the gym training next to someone who has the capacity to kind of pull those down off the top and rebound out of the bottom, he's that guy even at the elite level.
Yorgos Karavis was the first one to begin his double unders out of lane 2, followed by Uldis Upenix in lane 4. As your current leaders, we'll see how much that changes. Obviously, this is a long workout, 10 rounds with a 12-minute time cap. And you see Yorgos getting back to the rope now, the first male to get back to the rope in this heat.
Yeah, Uldis Upenix and Alex Catoulis right behind him. And you see the guys going up the rope, and Uldis right there, no problem at all. And I don't think that the rope climb is going to be a hindrance for these guys. And that's why I do think that jog back to the rope is something that we're more likely to see. They're not really thinking about that rope climb. This is all the athletes I spoke to, a shoulder stamina and fitness test for them.
Do you think as we see this one move along, it looks more like a sprint compared to the women?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of the athletes, when they see workouts like this test announced really early, they might not test the workout as written. you do that, monotonously for a month, it gets to be just that, monotonous. So they'll do different iterations or versions of it. Many of them tested with a drag rope. They'd do 5 rounds. They'd do a heavier thruster just to kind of simulate something different. But I spoke to several different athletes who feel that maintaining close to an EMOM pace on this is possible. Now, if you add in the factor of needing that extra distance of transition every time, and the 12-minute time cap starts to loom a little bit heavier, but I do think we're going to see guys that finish this under the cap.
Yorgos Karivas in lane 3 is your leader, followed by Alex Koutoulis in lane 5. And then in lane 4, that's Uldis Upenix. That is 1, 2, and 3 currently during this heat.
Yeah, and Karivas and Koutoulis have been the 2 fittest guys out of Greece for a long time. As I mentioned, Alex Koutoulis, often amazing here in Dubai. He was 5th place here last year to Karivas' 10th, but Karivas has some CrossFit Games appearances to his credit when Koutoulis does not. So just kind of depending on the competition, either one of these guys can be considered the fittest man in Greece, competition to competition, year to year.
Again, Yorgos Karivas, the first one to advance back to the rope. That is your leader coming out of lane 3. That is who you see there on your screen. Easy work, making easy work of those legless rope climbs as he gets back to his barbell for his thrusters.
Yeah, and if you weren't with us at the start of the women's competition, the standard for the rope climb is climb it up with your hands, touch the metal or the steel any way is fine, and descend the rope any way you want. So you see some of these guys dropping more from the top, others like Uldis Upenix taking a little bit more controlled option, but no rule in terms of control on the way down. And as you mentioned, the workout presented by Pixel, the jump ropes are Pixel jump ropes that all the athletes were fitted for and able to cut to fit their parameters earlier today. There's just a couple of the logistical side of the workout in case you guys missed that early on.
So your 2 early leaders, Yorgos Karivas has been leading from the start. He's coming out of lane 3. You also see Alex Koutoulis in lane 6. See there on the middle of your screen wearing the maroon shirt.
Uldis Upenix currently in that 3rd spot, and a young Spaniard in Martin Cuervo is in the maroon on the other side of Koutoulis there, currently 4th in the heat. Cuervo really got on my radar this year, taking 15th at the European semifinal. There's 60 athletes there. A lot of them, people kind of considered that the European Championship, and it really did have that feel if you were in the arena in Berlin. And while there were many athletes with more pedigree to him prior to that were struggling on that week, he seems pretty solid top to bottom and was flirting with taking one of those last few game spots for a while. So, like I said, a young Spaniard with a lot of potential, looking to capitalize on a pretty good 23 season as he gets ready for next year.
Yorgos Karivas with a 10-rep lead over Alex Koutoulis. Karivas had moved on to his double unders as Koutoulis was getting to his barbell there. You now see Koutoulis picking up the jump rope, but a pretty substantial lead right now for Yorgos Karivas out of lane 3.
Upenix maintaining that 3 spot, and Uldis Upenix loves this competition. This is his 4th time competing here. He unfortunately missed out last year due to some circumstances not necessarily related to fitness. Very happy to be back, and didn't have the day one that he wanted, but I've rarely been around an athlete with a more positive attitude than Uldis Upenix has, no matter how things are going on the competition floor. Multi-time games athlete, coming off his best ever finish at the games this past season. He's actually only been getting better there, and I think now that we have these workouts in the tennis stadium, that we're going to just see him have maybe not win anything, but have consistently good performances as he climbs back up towards that final heat.
A lot of these competitors we've actually seen here in Dubai. Yorgos Karivas was here last year. Koutoulis was here last year. Upenix was supposed to be, I believe. Didn't he withdraw late as well? But you're going to see that throughout a lot of the men as we go along throughout the day. We've had a good amount who have competed here in Dubai. A lot of these guys like to come here to Dubai and compete as well.
Yeah, actually, I was talking with one of the competition organizers here, Diego Centeno, the other day, and we were just trying to keep track of all the athletes that in this field that now have 3, 4, and sometimes even 5 appearances here. And they've really done a good job in terms of balancing that young blood with the experienced athletes from around the world that like to come and compete here. And as you'll see across the men's and women's field, there's athletes from Oceania, from South America, from Asia, from the United States, Canada, and all over Europe, of course, as well.
Your leader is in lane number 3. That is Yorgos Karavis. He is pulling away substantially. However, there is a 2-man race for second place, and that is lane 4 and lane 6. Uldis Upeniks in the blue and Alex Katulis in the maroon. That is your battle for second as they try to track down Yorgos Karavis, who is now making his way back to his double unders as he is almost half around in front of
Yeah, in terms of time and attention on each of the movements here, the rope climb relatively quick for these guys, 5 to 7 seconds or so. The thrusters are usually about 20 seconds, and the jump rope similarly with the heavy rope, a little slower than with a regular speed rope. And so he's about, I would say, 20 seconds ahead of Upeniks, who's got maybe a 3-second lead on Katulis at this point.
Uldis Upeniks now getting back to his jump rope. Sitting in second place, Katulis tracking him down in lane 6 in third. It looks like, I'm trying to count the marks on the floor. It looks like Yorgos Karavis is beginning round number 8.
I think so as well, and that's right about at the 8-minute mark. We said that it is possible to flirt with that Imam pace in this workout for the guys. Of course, as that transition gets longer, and he's still walking back. We saw Uldis with a little bit of a jog there. Maybe you push a little bit past that Imam. We were projecting earlier that potentially a winning time for this could be maybe 10:45 or so. There's some, we're going to see in the upcoming, even in the next heat when Ricky Garrard comes up, there's some big-time hitters that can really blitz this kind of workout coming. So Karavis needs to keep that in mind. He can't get comfortable with Upeniks and Katulis in the rearview mirror. There's still guys coming behind, and he doesn't want to be in this heat for very much longer. So he needs to keep the pedal to the metal here in the last couple minutes.
Upeniks now at his double unders out of lane 3, finishing up round 8. Uldis Upeniks just finishing up his thrusters out of lane 4. He is sitting in second. And you have Alex Katulis in lane 6, also finishing up his thrusters. He is sitting in third in this heat.
Yeah, these 3 guys pulled ahead a little bit early. Katulis falling off a little bit as Upeniks kind of speeding up as we go. And I'll be curious to see Karavis looking a little bit winded. Upeniks looking pretty composed. I feel like he's not necessarily out of the woods yet in terms of having a chance to catch Karavis as well. The real telltale sign is going to be if Upeniks sets this rope down and starts jogging. He can see Karavis walking. If you see him step the pace up on this transition back, that's a sign to me that he has a little bit more in the tank than Yorgos, and that is in fact the case. 2 minutes to go to the time cap. They're in the middle of the second to last round, so that kind of a 10:45, 11-minute mark is looking not possible, but beating the time cap here certainly is for both Karavis and Upeniks.
The pace for Yorgos Karavis has kind of slowed down a little bit here. He's finishing up his thrusters, though, still ahead of Uldis Upeniks, who is now only about 3-4 reps behind him. And then Alex Katulis now getting back to his barbell for his thrusters.
If you've ever done a long or 10-round workout with barbell cycling, the way that Karavis put his bar down and kept his hands on it and bent over is very different than what Upeniks did, which is drop it and step over and move with urgency. And they got to these double unders at the same round. My money's on Upeniks with one plus rounds to go here.
Yorgos Karavis and Uldis Upeniks now finishing up round 9. It looks like Uldis Upeniks may have taken the lead. They both finish up their double unders at the same time as they make their way back to the rope climbs for the very final round.
We saw a shot of Elliot Simmons there on the screen. I believe he's maybe on pace with Katulis at this point, making a little push late. But this is Uldis Upeniks and Yorgos Karavis. Upeniks pacing master in this workout, tracking down Karavis, who was well ahead. 30 seconds to the time cap. 10 reps on the thruster, 35 on the double, and I don't think he's going to be the cap, but he's going to get pretty close.
Jorgis Garavis struggling a little bit there with the rope climb, so that's allowing Uldis Ubenix to get a 8-rep lead on the thrusters here as he's done, and now making his way to the double unders. He just has 35 double unders to go before he finishes up the event. He ends up just short. He gets capped, but that is your event winner, Uldis Ubenix.
Heat winner, Upenix, either 10 or 11 double unders. I think the judge no up the last one, so we're going to call it 9 rounds plus 21, which would be 1 rope climb, 10 thrusters, 10 double unders. Definitely within touch of finishing that, and kind of affirming my belief that some guy or a couple guys are going to be able to get this done under the 12-minute cap.
This one moved pretty fast, especially for the first 8 rounds. Needed a little bit of pacing there at the end, but it should be interesting to see what shakes out over the next couple of heats. But we're going to step away for just a few minutes. Again, stick with us. This is the Dubai Fitness Championship.
Let's go on now on to heat number 2 of your men athletes, ladies and gentlemen. Calling out the athletes in lane 1. Daniel.
Welcome back into the Dubai Fitness Championships here at the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. I am Derek Forrest, joined alongside Brian Friend. Here is your leaderboard after day 1 coming into today's event 3. Brian, you had some heavy hitters 1, 2, and 3, but that's because there was a lot of heavy lifting yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Bookends 1 and 10. Bronislaw Linkovic, Griffin Raleigh were the winners on event number 2. Roman Krennikov with a win in the obstacle course, a runaway win, 30 seconds faster than Chandler Smith. And Lazar Jukic off to a much better start after a disappointing performance here when he was a little bit sick last year. And when you're the guys in heat number 2 that we see on the screen now, and you got guys like Roman, Chandler, and Lazar who did really well on a technical execution day like that, that puts a little bit of fire under the hood. You got to have some urgency, and I think we're going to see some guys, specifically Ricky Garrard, Moritz Fiebig, getting after it in this workout from the first round.
Yeah, here's your lane assignments for heat number 2 of the main event 3, presented by Pixel. Daniel Tai in lane 1, Guillaume Briand in lane 2, Kalyan Souza in lane 3, Kieki Cervini in lane 4, Javier Vasquez in lane 5, Moritz Fiebig in lane 6, Simon Mantala in lane 7, Ricky Garrard in lane 8, Ant Haynes in lane 9, and Jorge Fernandez in lane 10.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, every name on that list, a litany of accomplishments run through my mind. Don't lose track of the Brazilians in lanes 3 and 4. Kalian and Kaique both got the best of superstar Guimaeros at the South American semifinal, earning their first trips to the CrossFit Games. Kalian actually lives in the UAE. He lives in Abu Dhabi, about 90 minutes from here, so a kind of a home field, no travel required for him. And these guys surprised at semifinals. I wouldn't be surprised if one or both of them have a couple of home run performances this weekend as well.
Early on, we're looking for the first guy to get back to the rope, because It's a little tight, and here we go. Lanes 4, Kaique Servani, and lane 6, Moritz Fiebig were the first two men back onto the rope, followed by Jan Briant in Kalen Souza in lane 3.
Yeah, pretty tight through the first couple rounds, as you'd expect. Briant is a great legless rope climber. He's in the mix. Gerard as well. And Jorge Fernandez out in lane number 10. We talked about Brittany Weiss and Devin Kim, champions in the team division of the CrossFit Games this year. Jorge was on that team as well. He competed at the Rogue Invitational 2 years ago, and he took a second place on a sprint-style workout with legless rope climbs. Let's see how he does in a little bit more endurance-style one with the same movement.
Kalen Souza in lane 3, Kaique Servani in lane 4, Moritz Fiebig, the first ones back to the rope, but obviously everybody pretty much side by side.
Yeah, and when I first saw this workout come out, Ricky Gerard was a name that came to mind as someone who could potentially maintain the pace on this for 10 rounds. He was one of the athletes that I spoke to who said that thinks that close to EMOM pace is possible based on what he tested. The original workout had wall balls in it. DFC competition director Saud Al-Shamsi threw him a little curveball, changing it to thrusters about 10 days ago. And there's less reps, different movement, but I know that Ricky's not in the lead right now, but he's the type of guy, like we saw from Ulrich Supanix in the first round, that I don't think is going to wear down as the rounds continue to progress.
First set of guys to get back to their barbells. Kaique Servani in lane 4, Kalen Souza out of lane 3, Moritz Fiebig in lane 6, followed up by Ricky Gerard in lane 8. First one to get done with his barbell there again. It is Kaique Servani in lane 4, your current leader, but obviously being tracked by a number of guys in the field.
And, you know, we talked about this with Alex Katulis, that sometimes there are athletes that in particular workouts or competition formats, they can do really well and they may not do great at the other ones. Neither Kaique or Kalian had a home run performance at the CrossFit Games this year, but if you watch the South American semifinal, they got out to a lead, and as you kept thinking, he's going to track him down. He's going to track him down. And these guys just kept showing up and taking care of business. They're out in front right now. Let's see if we're 3 minutes into a 12-minute workout that so far has taken every athlete the duration of that. And we'll see if they can do something like they did at that semifinal this weekend in Dubai. It's a 3-day competition, mostly inside of a fixed facility as we have here. And they look really good, as we're approaching the 4-minute mark out of a 12-minute workout.
Yeah, and just like that, your 3 leaders have changed, or at least who's now sitting in 3rd has changed. Kaique Servani still is your leader. Kalen Souza next to him in lane 3 is 2nd, and next to him, Guillaume Briant in 3rd.
Guillaume Briant 2 years ago made the CrossFit Games, competing out of France. He hasn't had the continued success that he'd be hoping for. But I did speak with him and his coach, Dennis Dubois. Gotten to know them over the past couple years. And they feel like he's kind of getting back into the form that they felt that he could always be in. Okay yesterday, looking to make a move today for sure.
Kaique Servani going to be the first one to get back to the rope. I think Guillaume Briant and Ricky Gerard have put down their ropes at the same exact time, so that is your race for 3rd. Right now, Servani out of lane 4 is your leader, followed by Kalian Souza in lane 3.
Yeah, and so far, the Brazilian guys look really good. I haven't seen any kind of deviations in their movement patterns, breathing patterns. But we saw this from Yorgos Karavits, like you mentioned. He looked great through 8 rounds, and in round 9, everything just kind of changed for him. Ricky Gerard is lurking. I'm not comfortable if I have Servani and Souza. I know that guy's right behind me when we're not even halfway through this workout yet.
So Servani again in lane 4, that is your leader, followed by Kalian Souza in lane 3, sitting right next to him, and there is Ricky Gerard now making his way into 3rd, getting to his set of double unders.
Yeah, there is a great shot of the Brazilians side by side, both big boys, by the way. In this field in general of men, as we're going to see, is I think there's like 13 guys that are 6 feet or taller in the field out of 27. It's pretty intimidating to stand next to some of these guys. And as they head back to the rig, Ricky, Moritz, Jorge, and Guillaume are kind of locked in a battle for the 3rd spot.
Kaike wasting no time to get to his legless rope climbs, trying to hold on to that lead. Again, Kalian Souza in lane 3 is right behind him. Ricky Garrard in lane 8, sitting in 3rd. He has now gotten back to his rope as well.
And you just saw it in the bottom right of the screen as Ricky was heading back there for the first time, jogging from his jump rope to the legless rope climb. In the first few rounds, that jump rope's not that far away. Right now, it's about 10 meters down the floor, and it's only going to get further and further. If Ricky can find that kind of push that we saw from Cairo Milligan to run on his way back to the rope, and Souza and Cerveni aren't willing to do that, that's the opportunity for Ricky to close this gap.
We got Cerveni and Souza lane 4 and 3, finishing up round number 6. Ricky Garrard also joining them on the rope in lane 8. He's trying to track down that lead pack.
Yeah, and he has kind of separated from Briant Fernandez and Moritz Fiebig. Also, Simon Montilla, who's just sneaking on the left side of the screen there. He had to leave early last year in Dubai. Veteran here, veteran athlete out of Sweden. Very happy to have him back in the field. He did get his competition legs back under him in Madrid earlier this offseason. And I know that he's grateful for the opportunity to come back to Dubai after missing out last year.
Again, real quick recap of what this workout is. Event 3 presented by Pixel. It's a 10 round with a 12-minute time cap, but 10 rounds for time. Legless rope climbs, 10 thrusters, a 50 kg for the men, 40 kg for the men, and 35 heavy double unders.
Yeah, Cerveni separating a little bit from Souza there as you see him about 10 steps further down the floor. Ricky Garrard kind of just as far behind Souza as he is behind Cerveni at this point, and if he's going to make a move on these guys, it's going to probably have to happen in the next 2 rounds. Cerveni has looked really good from the get-go, and if he doesn't slow down, I don't know if Ricky's going to be able to catch him.
Your 2 leaders right there on your screen. The nearest one to you in lane 4 is your leader. That is Kaike Cerveni. And then in lane 3, on the further side of him, is Kalen Souza. He is sitting in 2nd. They're both being tracked by Ricky Garrard in lane 8, who's sitting in 3rd.
And Ricky taking a little break on the jump rope there, so fatigue even setting in for some of the fittest guys on earth in this 10-rounder. And we should probably just address the fact, the reason why Ricky's in this heat is because of a mishap on the obstacle course yesterday. There were only 3 men that failed to beat the obstacle course underneath the time cap. Himself, Yorgos Karovis, who just had a great performance in the first heat, and Moritz Fiebig, 3 very well-known, accomplished athletes in Europe. For Ricky's case, it was on a kind of a koala crawl across a rope where he just got close to finishing the obstacle, and once his grip gave out, he didn't quite have the technique down. He had an excellent lifting session yesterday, hitting both of his lifts, taking 6th place on that one, and working his way back from like 25th to 16th. And I think that it goes kind of without saying that with the next, we know 2 workouts. We actually don't know tonight workout yet, but I think he'll be well within the top 10 once we finish the next 2 workouts.
Yeah, Ricky Garrard, we saw him last year here in Dubai making his comeback to get back to the games after missing a couple of years. It's good to see him performing well.
2 years,
2 years ago.
Yeah, both Roman and Ricky were not here last year, but 2 years ago they were. Roman was first, Ricky was 3rd on the podium with Lazar Djukic middling them. And those are likely the favorites coming into the competition to podium again. But this men's field is deep. There's a lot of guys with something to prove, and so definitely the potential to do it. As we see here, Cerveni and Souza continuing to maintain that lead over one of the competition favorites in Ricky Garrard.
Yeah, Kaike Cerveni and Kalen Souza now beginning round 9.
And they're starting that round at the 10-minute mark. They're basically on par with where Karovis and Upeniks were. Again, Ulis Upeniks getting 9 plus 21. So we'll be keeping track of that. That's 1 rope climb, 10 thrusters, and 10 double unders into the last round. Ricky jogging back to the rig once again, but he really has not been able to close the gap on the Brazilians.
Yeah, Cerveni's got about a 3-rep lead over Kalen Souza. Those guys are battling back and forth. You see them on your screen. That is Kaike Cerveni in lane 4. He was on your right. He is your leader. Kalen Souza right next to him, right behind him, about 2-3 reps shy of the leader.
And off camera right now, Ricky Garrard with 1 thruster to go. And if he wants any part of the Brazilians. He has to run to his jump rope, and does not have a little bit of a jog there in his step. He's going to come into your screen on the right side. He did take a break on the last round, and with 1 minute to go, I got to give it to the Brazilians, man. This has been an impressive workout.
These guys finishing up round 9, now heading into round 10. Peggy Cervini leading essentially start to finish here, being tracked down by Kaylin Souza out of lane 3. Those two kind of pushing the pace right next to each other.
Yeah, and he was about 4 seconds behind Upinix and Karavis when they head back to the rope climb. In terms of the urgency to get there was a little bit slower, so I think Upinix's score from that first heat, 9 + 21, is going to hold up. We have about 25 seconds remaining. Legless rope climb in the bank for both Ricky and Souza, however. Ricky jogging to his barbell and maybe have a chance to pick off Souza here and get one extra spot. So Cervini out front, 10 seconds to go. Upinix's score of 9 + 21 is going to hold. And we're going to have to check the scorecard there because between Souza and Ricky, that came down to 1 rep one way or the other.
Yeah, Ricky really made a charge there, sprinted to his barbell, tried to get in as many reps as possible. But it is Kaique Cervini. He is your heat winner as he was able to hold off Kaylin Souza, who finished in second.
Yeah, and Ricky Gerard. I think Souza and Gerard were within 1 rep of each other, one way or the other. And we thought that sub 11 minutes was possible on this. With Ricky getting time cap there, it's going to take a pretty special performance to finish this one under the cap.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We've got another heat of men, the final heat of men to take on Event 3 presented by Pixel. You're watching the Dubai Fitness Championships. We'll see you in just a few moments. Welcome back into the Dubai Fitness Championships here at the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. I am Derek Forrest, joined alongside Brian Friend. We're set for heat number 3, the final heat of this event, as the men in the final heat get set to take the floor. Here are your lane assignments for the heat. Michael Smith coming out of lane 1, Luka Jukic in lane 2, Fabian Sellers in lane 3, Chandler Smith in 4, Branislav Linkowitz in lane 5, Roman Krinikov in 6, Lazar Jukic in lane 7, Toby Buckland in lane 8, Griffin Raleigh in lane 9, and Anjol Ikai in lane 10.
Yeah, awesome lineup of athletes here. And then Toby Buckland, who's this. We're going to talk about him when we get to the workout, but talk about opportunity to go head-to-head with some of the best guys in the sport.
Yeah, you've been talking highly about Toby Buckland all weekend long. This is Event 3 presented by Pixel. It is 10 rounds for time. It's 1 legless rope climb, 10 thrusters at 40 kg, and 35 heavy double unders.
Yeah, and Buckland will have a lot to prove here to see if he can back up a good performance. Good performance yesterday with some fitness today. And if he wants to get that done, he's going to have to follow the prescription that we've seen throughout. That's find your pace and stay with it. And as that jump rope gets further and further away from the rig, you have to push the transitions if you're going to want to take home a win on this one.
All right, the final heat of Event 3 presented by Pixel. They are ready to go.
And before they get any work underway, I'm just going to throw a name out there. It's a tough heat to pick, but this workout lines up really well for Lazar Jukic. There was a workout at the CrossFit Games a couple years ago that had pegboard, heavy double under and overhead squat. He got second place to Cole Sager on that one with a few no reps on the jump ropes and just kind of pushed the pace for 11-minute style workout. That's exactly what this is, with a very similar movement patterns. And even though there's plenty of guys that will think they can beat him on this, don't take your eyes off of Lazar Jukic. He and Roman Krenikov, the first two guys to pick up the rope in round one.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Well, you know, so is his brother, because I told him that, and he's lurking over there in lane number 3. Luka Jukic is an athlete who I think on the global scale, if you're only watching for the CrossFit Games season, you might not realize how good this guy is, because he made it online in 2021, came up just short in Lowlands in 2022, got sick and withdrew in 2023, so he has not had the CrossFit Games season that seasons strung together that represent the fitness and success that he's had all over the world. Otherwise, at the Madrid Championships in September, he finished 4th, but he was only 20 points away from the win, which his brother took. With other guys on the podium were Jonikoski and Travis Mayer, who have like 8 and 9 years of the CrossFit Games, respectively. So Luka Jukic can go toe-to-toe with the big dogs in the space, and he's here to do that this weekend.
Your early leaders for this final heat on event 3 is Roman Krenikov coming out of lane 6 and Lazar Jukic in lane 7, pretty much going rep for rep early on.
And something that is absolutely not unfamiliar to them at all, prior to the Rogue Invitational this year, Lazar Jukic took a month to go to CrossFit Mayhem and train every day with Roman Krenikov. He said, you know what? I'm finishing 8th and 9th at the Games of the Year. This guy's flirting for the win and taking podium spots. I want to go there, put myself in the arena with him day in and day out and find out what the difference between a podium athlete and a top 10 athlete is. So they've had ample opportunities to do exactly this, and I think that relative to the field, they can capitalize on that little bit of a rivalry that they developed through that month of training.
Who doesn't work out at CrossFit Mayhem, by the way? But when you think of CrossFit Mayhem, they do plenty of rope climbs for sure.
Yeah, and you know, Roman Krenikov at this point is there's a very, very specific workout that you would have to draw up to say that this is going to be a challenge for him. He has really proven himself to have very, very, very consistent performances. The two kind of things that could potentially slow him down: high volume ring muscle ups, high volume strict handstand push-ups. If you don't see those in a workout, you cannot count Roman Krenikov out. I don't care what it is.
Your two leaders trying to pull away from the field. Roman Krenikov in lane 6, Lazar Jukic in lane 7, followed by Chandler Smith in lane 4, sitting in 3rd, and Fabian Benito Sellers in lane 3.
Yeah, and Chandler Smith is, to me, a bit of a question mark this weekend. Not because his potential is unknown, but because his performances have been inconsistent this calendar year. He had the best CrossFit Games, not finish. He did finish 6th in 2020, but it was a different format. The best performance of his CrossFit Games career, taking 7th place, followed by the worst performance of his Rogue Invitational career, where he was outside the top 8 for the first time in 4 appearances there. So he also was in Australia last weekend, and had made the travel over here, so I wasn't entirely sure what to make of him. This whole week, he was basically just walking around, getting his legs back under him after travel, and then when it was game time, he showed up yesterday, and here he is inside the top 4 and looking good as ever.
Now, Chandler's not the only athlete in the field who competed last week. Do you think that he'll have any effect here this weekend?
I mean, he and Ricky were both over there. They were on the team side of things, and you have to think, like, it's a long travel. You had the competition. I don't know. These athletes are so good and so conditioned. I would think that it would make a little bit of an impact. When I was picking between Ricky and Roman for this competition for the overall win prior to anything started, I definitely factored that into the equation. But we've seen crazier things happen in this sport. Like I said, these guys train all the time. This is what they live for. So a lot of them show up on game day and get it done, even when the odds might be a little bit stacked against them.
Brian's pick, Lazar Jukic, now in the lead, has about a 6-rep lead, 7-rep lead over Roman Krenikov, who's sitting in 2nd place. Lazar coming out of lane 7 in the maroon there. And then Roman Krenikov in lane 6.
And Lazar Jukic put me to the test the other day. He told me that in his competitive CrossFit career, of all the athletes that he's competed against, there's only 2 that he's never beaten in competition. One of those men is in the field here, and it's the gentleman right next to him, Roman Krenikov. And that's something that he very much would like to do. If he wants to do that, he's going to have to steal points where he can. And there's no better way to steal points than to take an event win.
Roman Krenikov finishing up his double unders now. Lazar Jukic already back to the rope, trying to extend a lead over Roman Krenikov. Of course, in lane 3 now, we have Fabian Benito Sellers sitting in third. Luka Jukic is also there with him as well, along with Chandler Smith in lanes 2, 3, and 4. Nice little race we've got going on there.
Fabian Benito Sellers, defending champion from the 2022 Dubai Fitness Championship, and he had a great competition day yesterday. It was he's historically been incredible in online competitions, really good on that open quarterfinal, the stuff that you can do in the gym. When he goes off-site, hits some big lifts with a clean execution, does well on the obstacle course, he is going to ride that momentum into the gym, and I'm not surprised to see him, racing here. Look, Lazar Jukic and Roman Krenikov, those guys are incredible, but he's fending off another 7 athletes in this field that are very good as we're approaching the halfway part of this workout. So Fabian Benito absolutely will believe that he can back up that performance last year with a podium finish this year, even though the field is definitely stronger.
Yeah, Fabian Benito Sellers, your champion here in Dubai last year, looking for back-to-back wins here at the Dubai CrossFit Fitness Championship,
And that's, this is Fabian Benito's year last year is a testament to why athletes can and probably should be doing some off-season competitions when they get the opportunity to. It was really tight. Brent Fikowski looked like he was going to win this thing. Moritz Fiebig was in the mix, and when the dust settled on the last event, Fikowski had a critical no-rep, a good call by the head judge, and Fabian Benito came out on top. The emotion from him was palpable, and then it was repeated when he got the last spot out of the European semifinal and finally qualified for the CrossFit Games for the first time. And that's an example of what success in an off-season competition can do in terms of translating to what these guys are all chasing, which is trips to the CrossFit Games. And I'm seeing a different athlete on and off the floor in terms of confidence and self-belief from Benito, all precipitating from the win here last year.
Lazar Jukic is extending his lead over Roman Krenikov. He's now making his way back to the rope. Krenikov just now getting to his double unders, as he now has about a 10-15 second lead over Roman Krenikov.
Yeah, we kind of approximate 20 seconds on the barbell, 20 seconds on the jump rope if everything goes according to plan. But with the transition factoring in, Lazar Jukic is in a commanding position right now in the back half of this workout.
Your race for third comes out of lanes 2 and 3. Luka Jukic and Fabian Benito Sellers both at their double unders. But it looks like Lazar Jukic, if he can hold on, can take this heat.
Yeah, this is really critical for Benito and Luka Jukic as well. Obviously what happened to Ricky Garrard yesterday opens up the door in terms of some belief for these athletes. He's one of the guys that if you want to get on this podium, which is where the big money is, that you have to beat him. He didn't win that heat, so there's already some opportunity. If you can just, let Lazar go, that's totally fine. But there's a big chance for Fabian and Luka to take some points here, or at least maintain pretty equal points to Ricky and keep him where they need him, which is in the rearview mirror.
Lazar Jukic now finishing up another round. I believe he is starting round number 8 as he gets to his rope. We're just trying to keep track of these little dashes on the lanes that kind of tell us what round they're in. But we believe he's in round number 8. He's now at his thrusters. Roman Krenikov still sitting in second. In third, coming out of lane 3, Fabian Benito Sellers, followed by Luka Jukic in lane 2, sitting in 4th place.
Yeah, Roman and Lazar, 2 of the other athletes that I spoke to that thought that this was possible to finish, but I think that increased distance of the transition, I mean, the running or walking or jogging in between, just count the number of seconds that are elapsing for Lazar to get to his jump rope in this round, and when you add that up over the last 5 rounds, going back and forth, that's an extra minute that you might not be accounting for when you're training or practicing this one, especially because they didn't know there was a time cap. So, 15 minutes, 13 minutes, whatever is still acceptable. Now with only 12 minutes, we thought that some guys would finish. Right now, Lazar seems to be the only one who even has a chance to do that. In the previous heats, Upin, Xkara, Serveni, and Souza all finished this round right about the 10-minute mark. Well, as you see, Lazar putting that down, he's got about 12 to 15 seconds ahead of that pace, and he's jogging back to the rig.
Transitions being key here, but it looks like Lazar Jukic, if he can quickly back onto the rope, may be able to finish this one out. Roman Krenikov finishing off his 35 double unders in lane 6. Again, still sitting in second place. That has been your race for first and second pretty much from the start, but Lazar started to pull away probably about round 4 or 5 over Roman Krinikov.
Oh, break there on the barbell. I didn't expect that. You saw a couple of things from Lazar there. First of all, as he's approaching the barbell, he's shaking out the forearms. And as you get better and better in this sport, little details matter. That's why you see athletes sometimes chalking as they're walking, shaking out the arms as they're running. And you'll notice every time he does his first thruster, he's just pulling it straight into the bottom of the squat and saving that extra second or two instead of doing the power clean and riding it down.
Lazar Jukic is finishing up round number 9. Again, this is event 3 presented by Pixel. Oh,
I think what happened was that between rounds 7 and 8, he didn't advance his jump rope. So we thought he was 1 round behind. That was a commanding performance, and that was really different than anything else we see. That means Roman Krenikov's also about to finish the last rep with his Pixel jump rope, and they'll be the first 2 athletes that'll finish this workout.
So your first 2 athletes to get in before the time cap. It is Lazar Jukic. He is going to be your event winner. Roman Krinikov finishes in 2nd place.
And we're keeping an eye here on Luka Jukic. He's on the top of your screen there, ripping through some double unders. He needs to get past 10 reps, which I believe he's done. That would put him ahead of Uva Supanix from the first heat. So I think Luka Jukic is going to take a top 3 finish on this workout. And there he goes. I'm not sure if he got across the finish line. Either way, that'll be first place for Lazar, third place for Luka, middle there by Roman Krinikov, and as you would come to expect, the top heat, putting up the top scores in the first event on the second day of competition.
Got an exciting finish there. Again, that is Lazar Jukic taking the event win. Roman Krinikov is going to finish 2nd. Luka Jukic going to finish 3rd. That's going to do it for event 3 presented by Pixel here at the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. Coming up next, we're going to have event 4. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back. Again, you're watching the Dubai Fitness Championships. Welcome back into the Dubai Fitness Championships. I am Derek Forrest alongside Brian Friend here at the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. We've got event 4 presented by the Iman Company. And of course, it's an imam, Brian.
Yeah, the director of the DFC is Saud Al-Shamsi. He does a ton of imam training in his own personal workouts, and he came across Brandon Luckett's Imam Company this past season. He's been speaking with Brandon during the preparation for this competition, and they were involved in the program and collaborating in the program for this particular workout. Actually had a chance to talk to Brandon Luckett a couple weeks ago. He's got experience at the games as both an individual and a team athlete. And they know this is very much in the nature of Saud. He announced this workout as an imam. We saw some of the details on paper, and some of the details were missing, including the weights of the front squat. This left the athletes with that bit of an unknown in their preparation, and so many of the athletes have tested different versions of this workout, heavy, light, and everywhere in between. They did find out, finally, the weights of the workout, and also that there's a specific rep number that they're chasing, which is 60 reps.
All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard for the women. And of course, this is coming into, this leaderboard's not 100% accurate yet. We're actually still waiting for the women's leaderboard to be finalized. But let's take a look at our lane assignments as the women are going to get set here in just a few minutes. In Heat 1, we've got Maddie Harris in lane 1, Taylor Howe in lane 2. Lane 3 is Alexia Williams. Lane 4, Brittany Weiss. Lane 5, Elena Caratala. Lane 6, Evie Hollis. Lane 7, Devin Kim. Lane 8 is Sylvia Garcia. Lane 9, Hannah Carlson. That is your lane assignments for heat number 1.
Yeah, and pretty rare to see an imam programmed in competition, so we're going to make sure that you guys have a very clear understanding of how this is going to work. When you see the floor, you'll understand, but the athletes are going to start behind the rig. They'll, at the 3-2-1 go, they'll advance to the pull-up bar to do 25 toes to bar. They have 1 minute to do that. No matter how fast they finish that within the minute, they'll wait by their pull-up bar till the end of the minute. If they don't finish the toes to bar in that minute, they cannot advance into the next part of that round. So that likely will not be an issue in round 1. It could potentially later on, and we'll address it if it happens. Once the next minute starts, 3-2-1 go, they can move from a designated spot where their judge is holding them under the rig to the bike to do 12 calories for the women on the Echo bike. Same thing, they have the whole minute to finish it. They must finish within the minute to have the chance to do any front squats. If they finish, they can get off their bike, but you'll see the white line on the floor in front of the bikes. They must wait behind that line at the next and final minute of work in every round. 3-2-1 go, they'll advance to the barbell for as many front squats as possible in minute 3. And the 4th minute of every round is a rest minute where you go back and start it all over again.
And if you get to 60 front squats, that competitor is done and no longer has to finish the Iman if they can get to 60 before the 15 minutes.
Exactly right. And the one little nuance that we've seen this in other competitions previously, and I'm very glad that they've made it extremely clear to the athletes. Not only do you have to finish 60 front squats, you must drop the bar, go over it, and run across the finish line before the end of that minute. If you get caught in between, bad luck for you. You have to go back and do the toes to bar and bike again.
All right, so as we look ahead to event number 1.
Heat 1.
Excuse me. Event 4, heat number 1. Brian, what are your keys to success for this one?
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 parts of this workout. You have to manage the buy-in, and you have to squat your heart out. If you don't get through the reps at the beginning, then the squats are irrelevant, but there's no need to race them. You have the whole minute. Just set yourself up for that bar. And once you get there, there's no holding back, especially with the 60 rep mark there that's looming. You have to capitalize on that minute, whatever that means for you. It doesn't mean that you can't set it down. You have to have a plan, and you have to move with intention when you get to the barbell.
All right, here we go. Event 4, presented by the Imam Company, is now underway. And the women, they will have 1 minute to complete 25 toe to bar.
Nice shot of Devin Kim there. We spoke about her earlier today. One of several team athletes from the 2023 CrossFit Games who are trying their hand in an individual field this offseason. She had a mishap with the barbell yesterday, didn't get a clean and jerk, and it left her in this bottom heat. Decent performance earlier. We're still waiting for the results to settle from event 3, but very, very talented athlete, and we'll see if she can lock up another good finish here.
So it looks like in lane 5, that is Elena Caratala. She is done with her 25 toe to bar, along with lane 6. Evie Hollis is done. Looks like the majority of the women have completed, all of the women have completed their 25 toe to bar. So they will now all advance, and they will now have to do 12 calories on the bike.
Yeah, and if you're wondering about lane 3 there, we spoke about it during event 3. Alexia Williams had to withdraw from competition due to an injury that kind of flared up. That had happened early in the week, flared up a little bit yesterday. She put a post up on Instagram, and so empty lane 3 there. As far as athletes in this heat that could kind of be sneaky, we just saw Taylor Howe on screen, and on the right side there in the red lanes is Hannah Carlson. Both very strong athletes, very, very good with the barbell. And it's, a fast cycle rate. If you can make this weight feel light, it's going to be a good workout for you in all likelihood.
All right, you've got all the women coming off of the bike. Their 12 calories on the bike is now done with about 10 seconds to go. They will all advance to the barbell now for max front squats within this minute.
Yep, and Hannah Carlson, as I mentioned, she had a breakout performance here in Dubai last year, took 8th place. She did extremely well on the bike workout last year. The bike does play a role in this one, not the critical component, but if you can, if you can get through the bike calories without fatiguing the legs as much or without getting the heart rate up as much as some of the other competitors, that puts you in a good position to have a great set on the front squats. Immediately we see athletes on the far sides of the floor taking a break. And another, I think Devin Kim also taking an intentional break there. We'll see if any of the athletes choose to hold on to it for the entire minute.
They now have about 15 seconds left to complete as many front squats as possible before this minute is up. They will get 1 minute of rest afterwards.
An interesting choice there, Evie Hollis in the middle of the floor, dropping the bar with 10 seconds to go, extending her rest there for an extra 10 seconds. And there's definitely a massive element of strategy here. Not having a huge amount of time to practice with a specific weight, at least you have the time from Thursday when they found out about what the weights were and the structure of the workout was to talk to your coach and come up with a plan. So Evie Hollis holding on for 50 seconds, dropping in the last 10 and setting back to reset for the second of up to 4 rounds. There is a chance someone could finish it in 3, but remains to be seen if that will be done.
The weights on the max front squats at 65 kilo for the women, roughly 143 pounds on the bar. How much is the effect of the front squats and working their midline going to affect the toes to the bar?
I mean, it's not just the work in this one. They did 100, well, not 100, but they did most of them did 80 to 100 thrusters earlier today. It was a light weight, but that still worked for the legs. The midline goes with the toes to bar. The legs are taken out a bit with the Echo bike, so it's not just reps of front squats at 145. Absolutely, you need to manage the core and leg fatigue as well.
All right, we're beginning the second round of 25 toes to bar. Again, the women will have 1 minute to complete 25 toe to bar in order to advance to the Echo bike.
Spoke with a few athletes who had tested this workout, different variations of it out in preparation, and for the most part, the feedback seemed to be that there's no need to do the toes to bar unbroken. Like you mentioned, Derek, the front squats, the core obviously needs to be stable, and because you have the whole minute, it's not a stress here. And when tested a variety of different ways, breaking the toes to bar from the beginning seemed to be the preference for most of the athletes.
The women have no issues with the 25 toes to bar, so they will all advance to their second round, 12 calories on the Echo bike.
as I like to do when we come and do these broadcasts, I tested out a version of this myself just to see. I did do the 12 calories rather than the 16 that the men have, and first 2 rounds felt pretty good getting through the buy-in. Round 3 is where things really started to change. So as I'm watching this heat and the future heats, I'm expecting most athletes to be okay through the first 2 rounds, but we'll really get to see in round 3 who's set themselves up well for the back half of this one, which I believe is where this is going to be won or lost.
About 15 seconds remaining as the women finish up their 12 calories on the Echo bike. Looks like all women are going to complete those calories, so they will all move on again. And now they will do max front squats once again as they try to hunt down 60 total to be done within the 15 minutes.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye here to see if a similar strategy in play. Maddie Harris, I guess she's on the top of the screen here, and Hannah Carlson on the bottom outside lanes were the first to break in the first round. Evie Hollis, one of the athletes who chose to hold on for the entire time in round 2. And in the exact same order as round 1, Harris, Carlson, and then Devin Kim are the first to drop their barbell in round number 2. Devin Kim, middle of screen there with the braids on, picking it back up and getting set on a second set within this minute in the second round. Evie Hollis, left side of the screen there, dropped her bar right around that same time in the first interval, and once again held on for 48 out of the 60 seconds in round number 2, and she's walking back to the bar, to the pull-up bar, while everyone else continues to work to the end of this minute. I would generally, if I was coaching this, I would generally say, you know, take advantage of the full minute. If you're going to take a break here, that's okay. But really, if you're going to take a 12 to 15-second break at some point, why not take it at the end and let that have that extended minute and 15 rest?
All right, so the women will now have a 1-minute rest period here, about 40 seconds left in that, and they will get back to their 25 toe to bar. We are now entering round 3 of 4.
A lot of athletes with reps in the 30s there. I didn't catch all of them from the announce on the floor, but 32, 33 were a couple of numbers that we heard there.
Round 3 now beginning. Women attacking their 25 toe to bar again. They must get this done in 1 minute time. This is event 4 presented by the Imam Company. And it's first minute, they do 25 toe to bar. Second minute, they have to do 12 calories on the Echo bike. The third minute is max front squats. The total number they're trying to hit before the 15-minute cap is 60 front squats. If they can reach 60 front squats and then cross the finish line, they are done, even if they get it done before the 15 minutes is up.
Exactly right. And you know, we mentioned at the onset, if you don't finish any of the buy-in rounds, either the toes to bar or the bike, you can advance within that round. It doesn't mean your workout's over. You just can't earn basically any front squats in that window. What it would also do in the scenario that it happens is preclude you from having the chance to beat anyone who never got capped by the buy-in. So in the case that happens, we'll sort it out, but just in case you kind of have an idea of what could potentially happen.
Took a little bit longer for some of the women to get off the toes to bar in round 3. Taylor Howe was the last one. She got off the bar at about 8 seconds to go, but everyone has advanced to the bike. They are now working on their 12 calories on the Echo.
She's good. She's good. Finish her first one in this round. Who knows? But we will see.
MC down on the floor in lane number is identifying in lane 6, I believe, Evie Hollis, and she may have 41 squats at this point. If that is the case, she's within striking distance of potentially reaching 60 in the third round.
All right, if we're looking down on the floor, remember in these heats, lane 1, Maddie Harris. In lane 2 is Taylor Howe. In lane 4 is Brittany Weiss. Lane 5, Elena Caratala. Lane 6, Evie Hollis. Devin Kim is in 7. Lane 8, Sylvia Garcia. Lane 9, Hannah Carlson.
And we see in lane number 5 there, jogging up to the bar with a lot of intention, is Elena Caratala. And it could have been her who had the 41 front squats. Elena Caratala had a great performance earlier. I believe we're waiting for a finalization of the leaderboard, but when I did a little calculation there, I thought she had maybe a 5th or a 6th place finish on the event number 3, and we definitely are expecting her to have a surge up the leaderboard today.
About 20 seconds left to go here on these max front squats. Again, the women, 866 kg.
Hand in the air in lane number 8, Sylvia Garcia. And if that is the case, she's dropping the bar and she's running to the finish line. And Derek, I got a story for you here in a second. I believe they're going to give it to, I think they're giving that to her.
It was close. She had to cross the line before time ran out. It looks like she may be done. Looks like she's signing her card from the judge.
Wow, okay. Flashback to Madrid in September. There was a workout. I mentioned that we've seen workouts like this similarly in the past. They had a workout that ended with some burpees over the bar, and it was interval style workout, chasing 75 reps on the burpees. She finished, ran to the finish line, but the time was called before she crossed the finish line, and she didn't, there was a miscommunication. She wasn't sure if she was actually done or not. In the middle of the rest minute, they told her she had to go back. She went back. She ended up losing like 20 or 30 points on that workout because of the confusion that happened and basically coming up 2 steps short of finishing like she just did. I mentioned that she finished 5th in that competition, tied with Elena Caratala. Those points ultimately kept her off the podium there. So definitely redemption for Garcia in this style of workout here in Dubai.
The women now beginning their 4th and final round of 25 total bar. We already had one female finish. That was Sylvia Garcia. She finished up there in round 3 with her 60 front squats. Again, that's the number the women are chasing if they can before the time limit is up.
Yeah, and just to apologize for not necessarily knowing exactly where the athletes are. We're at the mercy of the MC from up here. We can't see the scorecards. And obviously can't count all 10 athletes' reps at the same time. So we'll do our best to kind of check in with him as he goes and checks the scorecards and gets them right. But Sylvia Garcia setting the bar early. Obviously, it's the first heat of 3, and she's the first athlete to finish this in 3 rounds, which is something that there was a great deal of debate amongst the athletes of whether that was going to be possible or not. I know a few of them felt like Saud had kind of thrown that out as a carrot that maybe couldn't be caught.
Looks like Taylor Howe was not able to complete her 25 total bar, so she will not be allowed to advance to the Echo bike here.
Potentially Hannah Carlson as well in lane number 9, and this is the scenario that I was talking about earlier. So Hannah Carlson and Taylor Howe have exceeded the minimum work requirement, which is 50% of every workout, and that's just to not get a DNF. It's not that it eliminates them from the competition. So they'll still get a score. They still accumulated squats in those rounds, but they're unable to advance to the bike and therefore unable to advance to the barbell. Your score on this workout is twofold. If you finish all 60 reps and cross the finish line, you get a time. If you don't, then it's total reps. The toes to bar and the bike count towards those reps. So by not finishing the toes to bar, they also miss the opportunity to get those biking calories. And even if they had a bunch of front squats in 3 rounds, they can't beat anyone who does all of the toes to bar and bike in all 4 minutes.
The final 6 women on the floor were able to finish all of their bike calories, it looks like, and will now advance to their front squats.
And Caratala picking it up early while everyone else is waiting. And this is kind of as to be expected as the fatigue is setting in, the work is building on itself, and we see Evie Hollis, middle of the score, belting up there, who had chosen to squat from 0 to 50 seconds in the first 2 intervals, now taking a full 33 seconds to even pick up the bar in the last one.
All right, we've got Elena Caratala out of lane 5. She will cross the finish line. She will finish 2nd in this heat. We have 3 more women on the floor. We've got a hand up for Devin Kim in lane 7. Looks like she's got 2 more reps remaining with about 5 seconds to go. She's not going to be able to cross the line, but it looks like she finished with 59, if I'm correct up here. 59 unofficially front squats there for Devin Kim.
Yeah, so of the
You finished in 14-14.
of the 8 women in that heat, 2 unable to finish the last buy-in, 2 able to finish before the time cap. One of them, Sylvia Garcia, able to do it in 3 rounds.
All right, well, we will be back for heat number 2 of event 4 presented by the Imam Company. You're watching the Dubai Fitness Championship.
I don't know if I'm going to talk about on the leaderboard or not. Can you hold down?
Four, man on screen. Lane 5, Chad Boudin.
Welcome back into the Dubai Fitness Championships here at the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. I am Derek Forrest John, joined alongside Brian Friend. Here is your leaderboard after event 3. As we head into event 4, we've already seen 1 heat. Karen Frey is your current leader at 276 points. Alina Fuliano at 256. Claudia Gluck sitting in 3rd. Mia Hesketh in 4th. Nortjit Bleeker in 5th. Kyra Milligan sitting in 6th. Camilla Hellman in 7th. Sayer Kaya in 8th. Elena Karatala in 9th. And Emma Tall is your top 10 in terms of the leaderboard heading into this event. We're getting set for heat number 2 of event 4 presented by the Imam Company. And here
30 seconds.
is your line assignments for the heat. In lane number 1, it's Allison and Nguyen. Lane 2, Lauren Fisher. Lane 3, Luisa Marquez. Lane 4, Manon Agonis. Lane 5, Shahad Boudebs. Lane 6, Julia Cato. Lane 7, Kyra Milligan. Lane 8, Saya Kaya. Lane 9, Andrea Solberg. And in lane number 10 is Emily Rolfe.
And Kyra Milligan coming off of a currently 2nd place performance as listed on the leaderboard in the previous event, catapulting herself all the way up to 6th place. When I looked at the workouts for today, I thought this was the workout Kyra Milligan had the chance to do very well in. Maybe we can see another top 3 performance from her here coming out of the middle heat.
All right, here is your workout event 4 presented by the Imam Company. Is an Imam. Imagine that. They're going to do 4 rounds, but here's the work. In minute 1, you're watching them now. 25 toe to bar. They have to complete that within the 1st minute. If they do that, they can advance to the 2nd minute, which is 12 calories on the Echo bike. If they finish that, they then complete max front squats at 65 kilos or 143 pounds, and then they will have a 1-minute rest. The number they are seeking, though, is 60 front squats, and we saw 2 women in the first heat complete that.
Those 2 women have put a time to beat on the board. Sylvia Garcia, we believe, is right about the 10:58, 10:59 mark, just barely squeaking in between the end of the 3rd interval. Elena Karatala around 14:42, getting the work done right before the final interval. And as you mentioned at the last heat of that, Devin Kim coming up looking about 1 rep short of finishing.
All the women advance to the Echo bike. They'll do 12 calories here. We didn't see it until the final round. We had a couple of females not get past the toe to bar and get to the bike. But for the first 3 rounds, the majority, all of the women were pretty solid in finishing the work. So we should assume that all the women will be able to get off of the Echo bike here and complete their 12 calories. Once they do that, they will then advance to their barbells and do as many front squats as they can in the following minute.
And one of the nuances of this workout that the athletes did not practice was that they have to wait. It looks about 5 meters away from where their barbell is before that they can run up there and do the front squats. In the first round, athletes are feeling good and will likely all pick it up right away. We saw in the first heat that as the rounds wear on, the urgency diminishes a little bit. Early break there in lane number 4. Magnon Angonis, but she picks it up fairly quickly. And we don't, you don't necessarily have to do all these squats unbroken. We saw that in the case of Evie Hollis, she did that for a while and really wore down in the end. Calculated breaks here by Magnon, one of the stronger athletes in the field, having a top performance on the lifting yesterday. But she clearly has something in mind in terms of work, rest at intervals that she's predetermined.
Luisa Marquez in lane 3 rested with the barbell on her shoulder as opposed to dropping it. Time under tension there. I don't know if that's the best strategy.
No, and there certainly are athletes that will be able to squat for the whole minute and recover from it. But if you're standing there and not accomplishing any work, it may be better to go for the rod of Magnon and just drop it for a few seconds, a few breaths, and let the body relax rather than stand there with the weight on the shoulders.
So the front squats are done. The women will now have 1 minute of rest before they'll attack those 25 toes to bar that they'll have to complete in 1 minute in order to advance to the next implement.
6, 4, 16, 14, 23, 4.
Once again, the women in this heat in lane 1, Allison and Nguyen. Lane 2, Lauren Fisher. Lane 3, Luisa Marquez. Lane 4, Manon Agonis. Lane 5, Shahad Boudebs. Lane 6, Julia Cato. Lane 7, Kyla Milligan. Lane 8, Sayer Kaya. Lane 9, Andrea Solberg. And lane 10, Emily Rolfe. The women now attacking their 25 toe to bar for this minute.
Had a chance to check in with Emily Rolfe and her coach prior to this one. And she was pretty happy with how she managed the previous workout. A lot of the athletes' calves were actually pretty sore after the sand obstacle course yesterday. A lot of jumping this morning, and they were both very much of the mindset that they felt actually this was a workout where Emily could start to make the move up towards where we could expect her to be, which is in the top 3 to 5 by the weekend's end.
Emily Rolfe currently sitting in 22nd place coming into this event.
And pretty much what they were saying is that they feel like the challenging events for her are behind, and they're excited about what's to come.
All the women able to take care of their 25 toe to bar here, so they will all advance to the Echo Bike to complete 12 calories.
12 calories to get in the Echo Bike for one of the sponsors, Road Fitness. Going on to that bike, ladies and gentlemen, to get that 12 calories. Depends on how you go on that bike, fast or take your time in it.
Nice shot down the line there, and you see the breathing of Emily Rolfe. Emily Rolfe, generally an endurance athlete, a relaxed jaw on the bike. Even if you get tired, if you can manage to relax that face, that upper body a bit, it does help in terms of the way that the blood just flows and distributes it and keeps calm when you're doing the work on the machines.
20 seconds.
About 20 seconds remaining here on this implement.
Mentioned that Kyra Milligan was probably a good shout for this. She's there in lane 7 getting off the bike and strapping up, and speaking with her between the workouts, she did think that this was a workout she could finish in 3 rounds. She just saw Sylvia Garcia do it, so she knows it's possible, and she didn't set the bar down in the first interval, so she's probably right around that 20 rep range already.
Her Instagram's not quads like Kyra for no reason.
MC on the floor citing 23 reps as being the leading score. Not sure exactly who that was, but that is obviously good enough to finish within 3 rounds if you can maintain that, or even just decrease a little bit. Bar on the ground there for Milligan as she's adjusting in, and we see a shot of Marquez. Lauren Fisher, they're both grinding through the reps. Off camera, Marquez did drop it. Lauren Fisher continuing to work through her front squats, and there's Milligan glancing at the clock as Julia Cato works through her second set of front squats as well.
I'm pretty sure Kara has yet to drop the bar here. There's where she goes now, but she's at the end of her time. I'm pretty sure she remained.
She did choose to take a break in that round.
So now the women will have 1 minute rest before they begin round 3, and they'll attack 25 toe to bar once again.
40 reps for Rolf, 35 for Kaya and Solberg, 34 for Milligan, 28 for Julia Cato, Shahad Budebs 12, Manu Langanis 36, 33 Marquez, 34 Lauren Fisher, so got most of the scores there through 2 rounds. I believe Emily Rolfe at 40 has got about a 5 or 6 rep lead, and a lot of women kind of piled up in the 32 to 34 range.
Yeah, just trying to relay that information from our PA announcer Omar down on the floor. Obviously, we don't have the capability of knowing what number of front squats we are until he actually sees the card and relays it to us, so that helps.
UAE's finest, Shahad Budebs on camera there. 2-time CrossFit Games athlete, having earned her way to the CrossFit Games this past season through the Asia semifinal, taking second there to Sahar Kaya. She had a great start, second place on the obstacle course yesterday. In general, she's an incredible bodyweight athlete. The weightlifting has always been kind of the opposite of that, so she's going to have some ups and downs over the course of competition. But on very specific workouts, as we saw in Event 1, she can definitely shuffle up things towards the top of the leaderboard.
Evie Hollis and Devin Kim were the last to get off of the toe-to bar, kind of similar to what we saw in the last round. So 2 athletes to pay attention going into that 4th and final round to see where they end up.
Yeah, and we didn't see anyone fail to meet the buy-in through the first 3 rounds in the first heat, but in the final round, both Taylor Howe and Hannah Carlson got caught up on the toes to bar, and you know, even though it's not you know, the critical factor, which is the barbell when you're chasing those 60 reps, the 100 toes to bar, 25 in a minute, you know, seemed to be for some of the women a place where you could potentially lose the opportunity to advance in the 3rd or 4th round. Manu Langanis had just coming off a first-time CrossFit Games appearance for herself. And she's an athlete that, coming into this weekend, I thought had a sneaky kind of outside chance to make the podium. As I mentioned, she is quite strong. Got a 3rd place on the lifting event last night. She had struggled on the obstacle course, taking 25th, and it's going to be that steady climb back up the leaderboard. 13th on the event earlier today, and one of the fastest on the barbell here in the start of the 3rd round.
All of the women with no problems taking care of the 12 calories on the Echo Bike, now attacking those front squats. Again, the number they are trying to track down is 60. If they can get to 60 and cross the finish line, they are done. We saw 2 women in the first heat accomplish that feat.
Yeah, and Sylvia Garcia was one of them. She finished it in this interval, about 15 seconds time-wise from now. See Manu Langanis in the green shorts there, continuing to implement the strategy she had from the first round, which is squat, rest, squat, rest, squat, rest, squat. And, you know, I think she was 34, 35 reps after that round, which was towards the front of this heat. Hand up for Rolf on the bottom of your screen just off there. So she's within 5 reps of finishing this, and that probably means that through 2 heats, she's going to have the 2nd best time.
So yeah, this time last round, Sylvia Garcia had finished. We don't have a finisher yet, but it looks like Emily Rolfe may be the closest right now. She had a hand up from her judge there, so she may be within 5 reps of 60. They have 1 more round to go. 25 total bar, 12 calories on the Echo Bike, and then they'll attack those front squats again. Right now, they are in a 1-minute rest period with about 20 seconds left of rest to go.
And Sylvia Garcia is not a big athlete by any stretch of the imagination. She's feisty, she's slight, she'll battle. She didn't have any problem on the toes to bar or the bike, and the fact that she was able to get those front squats done in 3 rounds when you have athletes like Howe and Carlson and Milligan and Rolfe that are significantly bigger than her really speaks a lot in terms of her muscular endurance and being able to just continuously do a moderate weight squat over and over and over again in this style of workout. And I watched her compete in Madrid, and I was impressed with certain things there, but this was a different level of, a different style of workout where she's once again impressing me. I'm not really sure at this point what her top end potential is, but when she starts stringing together some sneaky good workouts like this, it's something that I take note of.
The women have just about 25 seconds left to go on their total bar. They have to complete 25 in order to advance to the next implement, which is the Echo Bike.
Saw a few women kind of flirting with that mark at the end of the 3rd round. We'll see if any of them get held up there. Hands up in the air. Lane number 7.
It's Kyra Milligan.
Wow, and for Kyra Milligan, I think this is. I'm a little bit surprised. I wouldn't have picked her to have a top 3 finish on the previous workout. I would have picked her to have a top 5 finish on this workout. And here she is, only woman in her heat who's stuck back there underneath the pull-up bar. And this just, on both the good and the bad end for her, goes to the nature of competition. Is nothing's guaranteed, everything's earned, and you always have to go out there and do the job.
So the remaining 9 athletes now advance to the Echo Bike. That's where they will complete 12 calories on the Echo before advancing to the barbell as they continue to track down 60 front squats. They've got multiple hands up. Several athletes now getting off of the bike to finish their 12 calories. Looks like everyone's going to make it. Shahad Boudebs, though, the final one, and it looks like she was able to finish before the cap. So they will all advance to the barbell for their front squats.
Hand up for Emily Rolfe in the bottom of your screen. She's going to be coming into view there. Less than 5 reps to go, looking to be the 3rd finisher, then the 2nd fastest finisher through 2 heats. 14:42 is the time from Elena Karatala. Rolfe is going to get inside of that, and it looks like just about 14:20-21. Sahar Kaya only a couple seconds behind it, and Andrea Solberg as well running across the finish line. So 3 athletes all coming in ahead of Karatala, all within about 6-7 seconds of each other, becoming the 3rd, 4th, and 5th finishers through 2 heats.
We also have Manon Agonis. She's going to cross the finish line before the time cap. She's also done. 5 athletes remaining on the floor. 4 athletes in.
And look, I know the legs are tired, but Manon Agonis, like as good as an athlete as she is, I want to see her attempting to run across that line and not be waving and slowing down to the crowd. I mentioned that Karatala had a time of about 14:42, and Manon Agonis 14:43, letting an athlete from a different heat kind of slip a tire there.
Emily Rolfe, Andrea Solberg, Saya Kaya, and Manon Agonis all finishing the work here in heat number 2 of event 4 presented by the Imam Company. We've got one more heat of women coming up next.
And really shaping up to be a pretty cool workout. If you just think about the women that you mentioned and their different body types and their different strengths, Agonis and Rolfe are a little bit bigger. You might have thought, yeah, it could be a good workout for them. Sahar Kaya, Solberg, Sylvia Garcia, not the biggest athletes out on the floor, but also hanging tight and getting the job done. So plenty of opportunity for different athletes to do well on this. And I know that it can be sometimes things that people are critical of. Oh, the gymnasts are all going to do great on this one. Oh, the lifters are all going to do great there. So credit to Saud and Brandon Luckett and the Imam Company for coming up with a clever workout here that a lot of different athletes kind of have an opportunity to do well with.
So our top 10 women in the competition coming into this event, led by Karen Frey. You're actually going to see, excuse me, you're actually going to see her in this heat on the middle of your floor. We see the rest of your top 10, Elisa Filiano, Claudia Cluck. Just your thoughts on some of the names you see here in the top 10 and some up-and-comers on there as well.
Yeah, there are definitely some up-and-comers, Fuliano and Gluck, ones to watch. But Mia Hesketh is an athlete I got my eye on here. As I mentioned, her and Her and Karen Frey had the best top two performances on the lift yesterday, but Hesketh chooses to power snatch and power clean, even at 110 kilos on the clean, by the way. So let's put the squatting to the test for a strong athlete in the Olympic lifting realm.
Here are your lane assignments for heat number 3, event 4, presented by the Imam Company. In lane 1, Jacqueline Dahlstrom. In lane 2, we've got Ingrid Hudemeyer. In lane 3, Veshlemoy Kolstad. In lane 4, Elisa Fuliano. Lane 5, Karen Frey. Lane 6, Mia Hesketh. Lane 7, Claudia Gluck. Lane 8, Camilla Hellman. Lane 9, Norchit Bleeker. And in lane 10 is Emma Tall.
And for different reasons, I'm really going to be interested in lanes 9 and 10 here. Norcha Bleeker had a great performance in the workout earlier today, notching a 6th place finish. Emma Tall, who I thought had a good chance to do well on that, taking 14th place. So, kind of in the nature of Milligan, nothing's guaranteed, and I'm going to see if Bleeker can capitalize on that and follow it up with another good one, and if Emma Tall can potentially rebound and give us something more similar to what we might expect.
Here is event 4, presented by the Imam Company. It's a 15-minute Imam. The women will attack 25 toe to bar here in minute number 1 as they begin. They have to complete those 25 toe to bar in order to advance the next implement, which is the Echo Bike. They've got to complete 12 calories on the Echo Bike before they can then advance to the front squats, where they will do max front squats as they will chase down 60 total front squats. We've seen 6 women now completed in the last 2 events, or in the last 2 heats, excuse me. That is the number. Once they reach 60, they are done for the workout, as the other women will continue until they can get there. We saw Sylvia Garcia in heat number 1 finish it in the 3rd round, the only woman to do that.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, athletes in the back were definitely talking about whether that was possible or not on both the men's and women's side. Saud threw the challenge out there. Sylvia Garcia answered the bell. We wait to see if anyone in round 3 can match the effort that she put in round number 1, or heat number 1.
All the women with no issues for their 25 toe to bar in the 1st round, though, now attack 12 calories on the Echo Bike.
Yeah, Karen Frey, middle of the screen there, red pants. She's clearly the athlete to watch, I would say, here, and the one with the most likely potential to do that, just being as strong and fit as she is. Jacqueline Dahlstrom there on screen, an athlete who came up 1 spot short at the semifinal of making it to the games. She's got several games appearances in her career, and there is Mia Hesketh, who we talked about, 199 kilos for the total yesterday, but didn't squat in either of the snatch or the clean and jerk. Forced to squat today. And we'll see how she manages that here very shortly.
The women, if we use the example of the first 2 heats, should have no problem with these 12 calories on the Echo Bike. They will all advance to the barbell, and they'll work their way towards 60 front squats.
Yeah, and it's not at all about how fast you get off the bike. It's about how you feel getting off the bike. And as we've seen, everyone running to the bar in the 1st round. There's Karen Frey, Elisa Fuliano just behind her. But in lane number 3, Veshla Kolstad. Veshlemoy is the name. Veshla, she goes by because easier to say. And she came into today in 6th place, having had a great performance on the lifting yesterday. She was 7th on that, but 25th this morning, and potentially looking to bounce back on a workout where being strong and moving a barbell well can play in your favor. There is Veshlemoy. She chose to take a break there. We talked about Manu Nangonis doing this in the previous round. Work for a specific amount of time. Take a rest. Work again. It looked to me like she's almost on a 20 on, 20 off, 20 on plan, which will be interesting to see if she continues to do that. And Angonis was able to finish under the cap. So a variety of different ways to attack this and still potentially accomplish the work.
Karen Frey and Claudia Gluck, the only 2 to go unbroken during this 1st round on the front squats.
23 reps for Dahlstrom. 17 Ingrid Hodnemer.
21 for Veshlemoy.
21 for Veshla with that big break in there.
24.
Fuliano with 20.
On this side with a number of reps of 23.
23 for Karen Frey. 17 for Hesketh. 23 for Gluck, as you mentioned. Her and Karen both going unbroken. Camilla Solomon, 17. 19 for Norcha, and 19 for Emma Tall. So everyone with between 17 and 23 reps. Gluck and Karen Frey leading the way with 23 through the first round. 23 is a number we saw as the top score in the previous heat after round 1. We'll see if they're able to keep that rolling and find a way to get it done in 3 rounds as Sylvia Garcia did in the first heat.
Women now back on their 25 total bar. Again, they will have 1 minute to complete this in order to advance to the Echo Bike.
Mentioned Jacqueline Dahlstrom there on the outside lane. She had a little bit of an up and down day yesterday with the 4th place on the obstacle course, 17th place on the lifting. But speaking with her and her longtime coach, she's actually with the HWPO now, but John Singleton is her partner and has been coaching for a long time. They were quite pleased with execution on the lifting workouts. As I said earlier, she didn't make the games last year. She was pretty bummed out about that, but she's kind of recommitted herself to the sport. She's been doing it a long time. She still has a passion to get back to the games. And here she is once again in Dubai, testing herself against a really good field of athletes. A little bit of a tough one earlier today, 22nd, as this leaderboard reads right now, and looking to make another, maybe potentially notch another top 10 or 15 finish here in the middle event of 3 on day 2 of competition.
The women now on their 2nd round of calories on the Echo Bike. They have to complete 12. The majority of them, if not all of them, should have no issues with those 12 calories, but we'll see. Jacqueline Dahlstrom was one of the first athletes with a judge's hand up.
You guys notice the sun's gone down, the lights have come out, and it's a little humid, but it's a pretty comfortable temperature overall for working out. Earlier today, it was pretty hot when the Gulf Coast Championships are going on, and for the women who took on event number 3, but it's gotten to a pretty comfortable temperature, and these workouts are tough, so I think the athletes are grateful for that.
All the women advance to their barbells now, again attacking 60 front squats. Claudia Gluck and Karen Frey in lanes 5 and 7 went unbroken in that first round. They're still currently unbroken, and they were both tied at 23 front squats coming in to this round.
Yeah, we just saw Veshla there, Kolstad take a clean from the floor. She's employed the exact same method, 20, rest 20 seconds of front squatting. So she's decided that that's a strategy that worked for her. She was right about 20 squats in the first round. So if she's able to maintain that, that could pay off big time for her.
All right, so the women will now get 1 minute of rest.
Dahlstrom, 41 reps, so on pace for that 60, but she'll have to earn it. 31 for Hodnemer, dropping off a little bit. Veshlame, 39, pretty close. 36 for Fuliano, she dropped out a little bit. Karen Frey, 44, still on pace. Hesketh at 32. Claudia Gluck, 45. So 3 women so far over 40. Salmonson Hellman, 33. 36 for Bleeker, excuse me. And Emma Tall with 36. So Gluck leading the way with 45. Karen Frey on 44. Jacqueline Dahlstrom on 41. Those are the 3 women that are within striking distance of getting this done in the 3rd round and joining the company of Sylvia Garcia. They're probably the last 3 that have a chance to do it. If they're able to, then the worst they can do on this workout will be 4.
And here we are entering our 3rd round. Now the women attacking their 3rd set of total bar. Again, the number they're trying to hit, 25, before they advance to the Echo Bike.
So we'll be keeping an eye on lanes 1, lane 5, and lane 7 in this one. And Claudia Gluck, you asked me at the start of this heat, Claudia Gluck, we've been speaking about her throughout the day already today. a young athlete from France. She had some really good signs of potential a couple years ago at semifinals. She's been training hard. She's had some good training environments. She's been putting herself in competition settings, and it just feels like everything's kind of coming together from her. From an overall perspective, the one thing that I would say kind of holds her back compared to the rest of her fitness has been her running. There was a lot of that tested at semifinals last year, but in a different set of workouts at a semifinal level. I really believe Claudia Gluck does have the skill set and potential to qualify for the CrossFit Games in Europe.
The trend has seemed to be the third round is where the women start to struggle with the total bar. Veshlemoy Kolstad was the last one to get off the rig with about 8 seconds to go with her total bar. Someone to watch in the next round.
And yeah, great shots here where you can see the front on and the side view of the athletes and just kind of breathing and relaxing. And Claudia Gluck looking pretty good there. One of the smaller athletes, but managing the bike just fine. And we'll see when she gets to the front squat. So only 15 to go. The mental toughness comes into play here. She does not want to have to go back and do 25 and 12 the fourth time if she can help it. So let's look at see if she runs to the bar and picks it up and doesn't put it down.
All of the women are now off of the Echo bike and will advance to the barbell. Again, 60 is the number that they are in search of. Claudia Gluck is coming into this sitting at 45. Karen Frey at 44. Jacqueline Dahlstrom 41 coming into this round.
Both Dahlstrom and Frey got a rep under the belt before Gluck picked it up. And Gluck with a little bit of a pause at the top of a few of the reps there. Frey so far moving very steadily through all her reps. I think Frey may be one rep ahead at this point. Hopefully we get the judge's hand in the air. They go up simultaneously for Gluck and Frey. And now Dahlstrom has a hand up in the air. But we're going to have a race to the finish here with good, wide shot will be nice to see. And Gluck sets it down first. She's going to race across the line. That's going to be an event win for Claudia Gluck, her second of the competition. Karen Frey coming across the line. Still yet to have nothing worse than a fifth place finish. And Jacqueline Dahlstrom, just like we talked about, a fourth is going to be a third place finish in this event. So it's going to have a third, a fourth, a 17th, and a 22nd. Back and forth for Dahlstrom, but that's going to be okay for her. This will do wonders as she heads into event 5 later tonight.
So Claudia Gluck is the first one across the line in this heat, followed by Karen Frey and Jacqueline Dahlstrom, 1, 2, and 3 in this heat. The other 7 women left will have one final round to complete their work.
3 athletes are done. We've got 7 more to go, ladies and gentlemen, before we finish this heat and we bring out the male athlete.
They will now have 1 minute of rest, about 30 seconds left in this rest session before they get back to their 25 total bar.
MC also has finished the workout, so he's joining Karen Frey and Claudia Gluck and Jacqueline Dahlstrom, and not going to tell us what the reps are for everyone else. But a lot of these women appear to have pretty consistent reps there. I'm particularly interested in lane 3, Veshlemoy Kolstad. I believe she'll have a chance to finish this, as will a couple others. Emma Tall is staying on the ground at the back of her lane, and the judge is kneeling down talking to her. Not sure what's going on there. But in terms of the athletes that I'm looking to maybe finish in this interval, Kolstad in 3 and Norcha Bleeker in lane 9 are the ones that I think may be closest. Great shot of Mia Hesketh there, working her way through the last set of toes to bar.
30 seconds remaining.
There's Camilla Solomonsson-Hellman. Both Hellman and Hesketh competing out of Sweden. They were 2 of 3 Swedish women, along with Emma Tall, that were in the top 10 after day 1 of competition. Hesketh had an 11th place finish earlier today. Solomonsson-Hellman with a 16th and Tall with a 14th. With Tall taking this last round off, we'll have to see if we can find out what's going on there. Hellman and Hesketh will be looking to potentially get done inside the cap and then not in the hopes of maybe a top 10 finish. And Kolstad in lane number 3 now laying on the ground, so she must have been close on her front squats. But similarly to Milligan, Carlson, and Howe, unable to get through the gymnastics buy-in talked about that in the keys to the event. It's not just about the front sweats. If you can't get there, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so now you have 5 women remaining on this implement working on the Echo bike. That is Ingrid Hudemeyer in lane 2. In lane 4 is Elisa Fuliano. In lane 6 is Mia Hesketh. In lane 8 is Camelia Hellman. And in lane 9 is Norchit Bleeker.
20 seconds remaining.
I know we haven't seen the men go yet, but I'm really liking the design of this workout as it plays out across the women's field where we, like we said, several different styles of athletes can do really well. Other athletes that are very strong and you might have picked to do great here are struggling with the buy-in on the rig, and you get just a workout where there's no real opportunity. Nothing is free here. You got to earn every part of this. And with 1 round to go, no real hesitancy to pick the barbell up, as 10 seconds have passed before Bleeker and Hodnemer are the first to get a rep under their belt.
Again, the number they are tracking down is 60. We now have a hand up in lane 9, Norchit Bleeker, and a hand up in lane 4, Elisa Fuliano. It looks like 1 more rep for Bleeker, 1 more rep for Fuliano. Fuliano's going to cross the line first. Bleeker right behind her. We've got a hand up in lane 8. That is Camilla Hellman. She's almost done with her 60 front squats. 1 more to go. She is now done. We'll hop over her barbell and we'll cross the line before the cap. We've got a hand up in lane 6, Mia Hesketh, with about 5 seconds to go.
And yeah, a good race there between Fuliano and Bleeker. And with 1 rep to go, Bleeker took a couple breaths in the front rack position before squatting. That was the difference as Fuliano powered through the last rep and ultimately edged her out. Not sure exactly where they're falling in terms of the placements. My calculations are projecting that should be 10th and 11th. But a couple extra points going Fuliano's way there on just an extra breath that Bleeker chose to take. Nevertheless, Norchit Bleeker was 9th, 10th, and 6th so far. Let's say that's an 11th. That's a pretty consistent run of performances from an athlete that got a late invite here that many people may not know through 4 very different tests to start the competition.
All right, well, the women are done for event 4, presented by the Imam Company. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, the men will hit the floor and take on this same event. That's coming up next on the Dubai Fitness Championship. Stay with us. Welcome back into the Dubai Fitness Championships here at the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. I'm Derek Forrest alongside Brian Friend. We've got event 4 presented by the Imam Company. Just your thoughts real quick on what you've seen so far.
Awesome workout. You know, Imam is not a style of workout that we often see in competition. I think there were a lot of questions about how this would play out, who it might favor, and what we saw through the women's field was everyone has a chance to do well on here. We saw some strong girls, some smaller girls, some gymnastics women, and I think on the men's side it's wide open, and this is just a style of workout that you have to go out there and earn the reps.
The men are getting set to attack this event. Let's take a look at the lane assignments for Heat 1 of the men. In lane 2, it's Elliot Simmons. In lane 3, Jorgis Karavis. In lane 4, Uldis Ubenex. Lane 5, David Chirunki. In lane 6, Alex Gatulis. Lane 7, Martin Cuervo. And lane 8 is Christoph Horvath.
Yeah, and we saw Uldis Ubenex, Jorgis Karavis kind of go head-to-head earlier today on event number 3 when the dust settled and the rest of the men had gone. Uldis walked away with a 5th place finish on that one. Jorgis Karavis with a 6th place finish right behind him. Two guys who didn't have the best start to competition yesterday and are looking to kind of fight back into the last heat, a place that they are usually expecting and comfortable to be in. So once again, have an opportunity for them here to potentially set a really good score in the early heat. We saw it done with Sylvia Garcia. She held the top time until a couple women beat her towards the end. And I think that there's a chance, you know, for someone to do that again in Heat 1 for the men.
All right, let's take a look at the workout. It is event 4 presented by the Imam Company, and of course it's an Imam, a 15-minute Imam, the very first implement that they will take on here in just a few seconds. In minute 1, they have to complete 25 total bar in order to advance to their next implement. In minute 2, they will take on 16 calories on the Echo bike, and then they'll progress and get in minute 3, they'll have max front squats. The number they are tracking down is 60. They will be front squatting 95 kilos or about 220 pounds before they get a minute of rest.
Yeah, and we talked about Uldis and Jorgos. There are two other smaller or shorter, at least, athletes in the field. Also in this field, in this heat, we have Christoph Horvath and David Chirunke, who are giants, the biggest athletes in the field, tallest, heaviest. And you know, there's a fixed height on the pull-up bar. I think they'll be able to manage it okay. Both are very strong guys. Christoph Horvath went for it on the clean and jerk yesterday. We did get it on the live stream if you missed it. He put 170 kilos on the bar. He said on his Instagram, hey, I came here to put on a show. I knew I was taking a bit of a risk there. It's actually kind of fun to watch him when he missed the lift. Like, he looked at the barbell. It's a way he knows he can hit. He just didn't hit it in the moment on that day. But Christoph doesn't do very much competition anymore. He's just really taken a big interest in helping Gabby Magawa reach her ultimate goals. Obviously, he's her partner. So this will be a kind of a fun heat just to see how some of the bigger guys do compared to some of the smaller guys. Like we said on the women's side, there's Claudia Gluck and Karen Frey. Total opposites, 5'2", 5'8", and they finished within a few seconds of each other. So maybe we'll have a little battle, David and Goliath type battle, and just in this heat alone on the men's side.
The men now taking on 16 calories on the Echo bike, but you mentioned Christoph yesterday during the weightlifting event. Laura Horvath is here, obviously the younger sister of Christoph, fittest woman in the world, but she's usually known as pretty reserved. I don't know how much you were paying attention to her yesterday, but talk about getting excited and trying to get her brother pumped up. I mean, she was yelling and screaming, getting him fired up for the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Laura, you know, usually when she's at competition, she's competing, and many times Gabby is there as well, and therefore Christoph is supporting them in any way that they can. It's really actually cool. I've known them all for a long time. I've trained with Gabby and Christoph before, and it's cool to see the reverse roles, where Christoph's out on the floor, he's the athlete this weekend, and they're still doing their training and everything in there. But when it comes down to the competition, they want him to have as much success and opportunity as possible, whether that's being there, clarifying things, making sure he's ready to go, fired up, whatever it is. I actually ran into them at breakfast this morning before they went out to train, and they just said, there's a part of them that loves competing and will always be at a competition and want it, but being in the opposite role is new, and they're having a good time this weekend as well.
The men now working on their max front squats again, 220 pounds or 95 kilo on the bar for the men.
And David Sharonke in the foreground, Uldis Upinix right behind him. Upinix, he was supposed to be here last year. He unfortunately unable to compete. I think he got sick, but otherwise this would have been 5 years in a row. Loves this competition. Had a good workout, like we said, 5th place earlier today. Let's see if we can get a check-in of where he's at right now.
Looking across.
Goes 21 reps. Upinix 21 reps. 19 for Sharonke. I think he said 24 for Catullus, 22 for Cuervo, and 20 for Horvath. So most of the athletes above the 20 mark here in round 1.
Just an update, because I know I said that Elliot Simmons started in lane 2 and we went to lane 8. They actually moved everybody down. So Elliot's in lane 1, Christoph in lane 7.
Yeah, I did notice that as well. I'm not entirely sure why, but same order from left to right on your screen, just one lane off.
3, 2, 1,
The men now working on their second round of toes to bar. They have to accomplish 25 before they can move on to their next element, which is 16 calories on the Echo bike. The men, I'm assuming, will have no issues with these toes to bar, but we'll see how these movements kind of affect them as we continue the rounds.
Yeah, we see Sharonke and Catullus has just dropped off the bar at the same time, taking a calculated break there. Calculated breaks is certainly a part of this Imam-style workout that Brandon Luck and Imam Company and Saud have put together. We talked about on the women's side with athletes like Magnon Angonis, who is taking several breaks on the barbell, but still got the work done underneath the time cap. And same thing on the toes to bar. No need to do them unbroken. In fact, probably better not to.
All right, the men will now approach their second round on the Echo bike. They will have to complete 16 calories before moving back to their barbells.
Nice shot down the line there. Horvath on the right. Martin Cuervo next to him in the navy blue t-shirt. He's the young man out of Spain we were speaking about during event number 3, 15th place at the European semifinal last year. Several Spanish men are in the field. Fabian Benito, the most well-accomplished of them. We'll see Aniola Kai and Javier Gonzalez later as well. And we had Aniola Kai on a show that I did last night, and he said, reminded me that there were 10 Spanish males out of 60 at the semifinal last June. It's a place in the CrossFit community, in the European CrossFit community especially, that has big competitions and has a lot of young athletes that are coming up and throwing their names in the mix in terms of the top athletes in Europe.
All of the men are now off their bikes. They got off with about 10 seconds remaining. They will all advance to their barbell to continue to track down that number of 60 front squats to finish all the work.
A lot of these guys, as we got the update from the PA earlier, right between that 20 and 23 rep mark, it seems like a lot of the athletes have the capacity to do that in round 1. Being able to replicate it in round 2 is where we're going to really learn who has the chance to finish this in three rounds. We saw 4 women do it. See if any of the guys can do it in the first heat tonight.
About 20 seconds remaining here on the max front squats before they get a minute of rest.
See Elliot Simmons in the background doing a little strategy we saw from Evie Hollis in Heat 1 on the women's side, stopping early and taking an extra 10 seconds rest in, extending that minute rest interval. Karavis 45 reps, 41 for Upinix, 45 for Yago Karavis. That's right where Claudia Gluck was. She took the win. So Karavis potentially looking for another strong finish here. 35 reps for Elliot Simmons before he headed back. Sharonke on 38. Catullus on 39. Martin Cuervo 39 as well. And 35 for Christoph. So Simmons and Christoph with 35. Karavis with 45. The bookends in terms of lowest and highest through 2 rounds in Heat 1 for the men. And for Karavis, with only 15 reps to go, I'm going to put some money down that he's going to be the first guy to finish this in 3 rounds.
Yeah, Yorgos Karavas coming out of lane 2 is your leader with 15 front squats left to go, but the men are now going to begin their 25 total bar as they begin round 3 here in heat number 1 of the men.
And talking about athletes who love competing in Dubai, Yorgos Karavas debuted here in 2018. He took 24th place. He had a withdraw. Actually, he was slated to start, didn't even start in 2019. The last 3 years has been 7th, 10th, and 11th. So potentially looking to try to get back inside the top 10 for the first time since 2021. And like I said, 6th place earlier. Gonna set a good score to beat, it looks like here. And Karavas, when he shows up to competitions in shape, man, he's a threat in Europe.
All right, with 10 seconds to go, everyone is now off of the rig. Martin Cuervo, the last, excuse me, that was Christoph Horvath was the last one off of the rig. Forgot that they moved the lanes down. I had to track him down for a little bit. Christoph Horvath was the last guy to get off the rig with about 8 seconds to go. That seemed to have been the trend with the women in terms of getting into that last round, whether or not they make it.
Yeah, and 8 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 second. As long as you're done before the time goes, you get to move forward. We have seen some female athletes who didn't get to advance from the toes to bar. No one's gotten stuck on the bike yet. So the toes to bar has been that gatekeeper, but only in the final round. This is round 3 of 4. Christoph only on 35 reps, so we'll keep an eye on him to see if that becomes irrelevant in the final round. Oh, I know this piece from Elliot Simmons on the bike right there. I've been there. And he's just cruising in. Like we said, it's not about when you finish the bike, it's about how you finish the bike. You need to be getting off that and feeling ready to step up to the barbell and pick it up. 5 of the men are doing that. Katulis and Christoph both held back. They're taking their time before moving forward. And here we go. Yorgos Karavas in lane number 2 was squatting with a purpose on those first few reps. He has his mind set on setting that early time, maybe a time that could be tough to beat. Look for the hand to go up in his lane, hopefully pretty soon here. There it goes. Bars down for Simmons and Sharonke. Katulis is now to the barbell. A hand up for Upanix. So could potentially have 2 finishers, the 2 guys we talked about on the opening.
Last rep for Yorgos Karavas, and there it is.
I want to see him run across this finish line. There's still going to be other guys that finish this. We're going to call it 10:47. Upanix with more of the speed. I'd like to see 10:50. And Katulis coming across in 10:54. He took forever to get to the barbell, but he only had a few reps left, I guess.
So you have 3 men who have crossed the finish line in the 3rd round. Alex Katulis, Yorgos Karavas is the winner of the heat. Uldis Upanix followed him in 2nd during this heat. And then, of course, in 3rd, Alex Katulis. So that leaves 5 men remaining on the floor for this final round.
I got confused by the lanes on that one. It was Cuervo that took a long time to get to the barbell. Katulis advanced with the other guys. That makes a lot more sense. Forgive me for that one. So Karavas, Upanix, Katulis backing up a solid performance earlier today. We had mentioned the other 2. Excuse me, Katulis. He had been 11th on event number 3 and 3rd in this heat. We only had 4 women finish in the 3rd round earlier today. We'll see what that kind of parallels within the guys as they work their way through the 2nd and 3rd heat in a few minutes. Final round for heat number 1. 4 men remaining on the field of play. Simmons on the far side of the screen, Sharonke in the middle, Cuervo and Horvath there. If any of these guys are going to finish in this interval, I think it's going to be Sharonke first, and then we'll have to take a look at the other guys. Good shot of Elliot Simmons there. And by the way, Elliot Simmons' first competition back from a back injury that he had prevented him from competing last season. He was in Madrid. Him and Anthony Monks and the QHP team did the programming there. I spoke to him at that point, and he said that he had gotten an invite to Dubai, and he was looking forward to getting back on the competition floor. Obviously, he has to manage the weightlifting a little bit, but he's a guy who's been around for a long time. He loves being out on the floor competing, and it's great to see him get another opportunity to do it at a high-level event.
About 10 seconds remaining for everybody to complete the 25 total bar. It looks like Elliott Simmons, the last guy on the rig, and he was able to complete it at the last second. They will now advance the Echo Bike.
And that's one of those moments where it's like, all right, I got it done. I didn't get held back here. Oh, and now I have no rest, and I have to go 16 calories on the bike. We saw the pace that he was cruising in at there in the end of round 3. So hopefully he's able to find what it takes to at least earn the barbell in the last round. You don't have to pick it up right away. But he's got to get these 16 calories done to even have a chance to add to his total of reps.
So remaining on the floor from left to right, Elliott Simmons, David Sharunki, Martin Cuervo, and Christoph Horvath.
And some close-ups there, and we can see the pain on Cuervo and Horvath's face. A lot of that looking like he's trying to be relaxed and through the breathing, but you know, like I said earlier when I spoke about my experience with this workout, the bike in rounds 3 and 4, no matter how easy it might appear to look, there's no getting calories on the Echo bike is never fun. Sharunki with some urgency there, and like I said, I thought he'd be the first one to finish here. I don't think he has very many reps to go. We'll see if the judge's hand goes up in the air, but I love to see him attacking the pace here in the final round. Yep, and no hands up in the air. He had less than 5 reps to go as it is, and he's going to get around 14, 17 or so and be the 4th man to finish this in the first heat.
So that leaves Elliott Simmons, Martin Cuervo, and Christoph Horvath on the floor. The final 3 men remaining in this heat.
25 seconds.
Approaching about 20 seconds left. We'll see if we get any other potential finishes.
Got a-
Horvath drops the bar.
Got a hand up for Elliott Simmons in lane 1. He took a nice little break before attacking the barbell, but has not dropped it since. 1 rep remaining. We've got a hand up for Cuervo as well. Simmons is gonna limp across, feeling the effects of the Echo bike and the front squats, I'm sure. But he's able to get across. That leaves Martin Cuervo and Christoph Horvath left on the floor, not able to complete all of the work. But
Yeah,
a good number of guys.
I actually think Cuervo hit 60 on the squats. Didn't have
Just not
time to
it.
get across the line. And pretty good showing for heat number 1. 3 guys finish in 3 rounds. 2 guys finish in the final round, and 5 out of 7 guys able to get in underneath the time cap. No one able to do it better than Yorgos Karavis, who he's stalking off the floor. He's looking back at the floor like, I've come here to earn some points today, and he's well on his way to doing that.
All right, well, that's going to do it for this heat. We've got 2 more heats of men to come, but we're going to take a little break. We'll be right back here on the Dubai Fitness Championship.
The next heat, we've got lane 1, Daniel Ty. Lane 2, Brian Galan. And lane 3, Kalyan De Souza. Lane 4, Kayike Servane. And in lane 5, Javier Gonzalez. And lane 6, Moritz Friedberg. Lane 7, Simon Metzeler. And lane 8, Ricky Garage.
Welcome back into the Dubai Fitness Championships. I'm Derek Forrest alongside Brian Friend here at the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. And we are entering the second heat of the men for event number 4, presented by the Imam Company. Here are your lane assignments as we look at heat number 2. In lane 1, it's Daniel Ty. In lane 2, Guillaume Briand. Lane 3 is Kalyan Souza. Lane 4, Kayike Serveni. Lane 5, Javier Gonzalez. Lane 6, Moritz Fiebig. Lane 7, Simon Mantala. In lane 8 is Ricky Garrard. Lane 9 is Ant Hayes. And in lane 10 is Jorge Fernandez.
Yeah, very interesting heat to me. Moritz Fiebig and Ricky Garrard jump off the page as athletes who need to make a move today They didn't do quite as well as I thought on the earlier event that we've had, but I'm also watching Simon Mantilla and Jorge Fernandez, who are both phenomenal squatters, extremely strong. That's no guarantee that you're going to do well in this workout, but if they manage the buy-in well, those are guys that can squat very, very well.
All right, let's take a look at the workout. It is event 4 presented by the Imam Company, and it is a 15-minute Imam. In the first minute, you're about to see the men take off here in just a few seconds. They're going to take on 25 total bar in the first minute. If they're able to complete that work, they then move on to the Echo Bike, where they must complete 16 calories on the bike. Then they'll move on to the max front squats in the very next minute. The total they're trying to accomplish is 60 and then get over the finish line. If they get to that 60 in any round, they are done. We've seen multiple men and women now at this point get over the finish line and get to that 60 front squats in the third round. Then they'll have a 4-minute rest and they'll repeat it 4 different times. But we've definitely seen it get a lot more interesting as the heats continue, and we saw 6 men get over the finish line in the last one. We should see more men be able to do that as these heats continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Javier Gonzalez in lane number 5 was the first one to step forward, but it means nothing there. In fact, going for big sets of toes to bar in the first round, in my opinion, is not the way to win this workout in the long run.
The men now on the Echo Bike, where they will have to complete 16 calories on the bike before they can advance to the barbell to start with their max front squats. We've seen several hands go up here with about 30 seconds left to go in this second minute. The men should have no issues getting off the Echo Bike and finishing their 16 calories, and they'll all advance to the barbell in minute number 3.
Kalian Souza on screen there, strapping up his belt. Kalian Souza had a great performance earlier today. He's in lane number 3. Right next to him is Kaique Sereni, both of the representatives from South America at the CrossFit Games this past summer, coming out of Brazil. You see them on screen there. Sereni took a lead early. Souza was hot on his heels. Souza faded a little bit relative to Sereni, but when the dust settled, it was only 2 reps. And like I said, both of them with a top 10 finish earlier. It was 8th place for Souza. Excuse me, yeah, 8th place for Souza, 6th place for Sereni, and both of them currently sitting in a top 10 overall position. If you didn't get a chance to watch the South America semifinal last year, you might not realize how talented these guys are. And I love the fact that they're out here competing, representing South America on a very international level, which obviously the semifinals are very local and regional. And Souza taking the strategy that we've seen from other athletes, including Elliot Simmons in the previous heat, of stopping 10 to 12 seconds early and heading back to get ready for the second round. Simmons got the work done in the end, but if you're talking about trying to take as many points as possible, I'm not sure if that's going to be the winning strategy.
If I'm not mistaken, Ant Haynes and Jorge Fernandez in lanes 9 and 10 went unbroken during that round.
We'll see if we can get an updated tally. 17 for Souza.
19 for Kaique.
Kaique Sereni, 19. 20 for Javier.
23.
Fibic, 23.
With 24.
Seaman Mantilla, 24. Gerard, 25. Haynes, 18. Fernandez, 24. Simon Mantilla on screen there. He and Fernandez, as I mentioned, both great squatters, both got 24 reps. Simon Mantilla had a couple years ago taken 2nd place in Europe in a quarterfinals, globally or continentally in quarterfinals, and kind of put his name on the map. He hasn't been able to parlay that into the same semifinal success, but he is phenomenally strong. I really do wish in his case that we had gotten more than one lift last night. He told me some numbers that he thought was possible that were somewhat laughable to me, but he said that in a perfect scenario, 140 snatch, 170 clean and jerk is within his wheelhouse. So 24 reps there, 24 Fernandez, and 25 for Ricky Garrard are all on par with what Caraves was doing in the first heat, and definitely within striking distance of adding their names to the list of 3-round finishers for this one.
Yeah, if there's one thing we've seen with the men and the women, it seems like those numbers don't change in terms of what they're able to hit per round. So we should see them almost get 20-plus front squats in that second round, which sets them up to finish in round 3.
Yeah, if you're able to do that 23 to 25, back it up with 21 or 22, you put yourself in that low to mid 40s range, and then you can kind of smell the blood in the water. I can do a set of 15 to 17 reps when I know that that prevents me from having to go back to the rig and do the buy-in for the final time.
All of the men, no issues with their 25 total bar, so now they're back on the Echo bike for 16 calories on the bike before they then go back to their barbell.
Great rolling shot of the athletes there, and as we pass by Ricky Garrard, a lot of these guys look relaxed. He looks ultra relaxed, man. Breathing well, upper body nice and poised. Kalian Souza very similarly. See Guillaume Briand with that more leaned over, closing off the chest, a little bit more difficult to breathe. Usually I prefer to see the kind of Souza and Garrard method there of sitting upright, getting the full oxygen into the lugs. Fernandez, more stress on the upper body and the face than some of those other guys as well. And you know what, in the case of Jorge Fernandez, this might be just a strategy thing. He's choosing to finish that in 40 seconds. Ricky Garrard is coasting in with 5 seconds to go. That's not because he needs the 55 seconds. He's just choosing to set himself up for a good round on the front squats. He was the best in the first round. We'll see how he does here in round number 2. Moritz Fiebig also in that kind of low 20s range, and a couple of really quick squats out the gates for Fiebig. You talked about strong athletes. I believe he had a top 5 finish on the lifting yesterday after having a bottom 5 finish. Yeah, 3rd place on the lift after being second to last on the obstacle course. And very good when it comes to lifting in general, so no surprise to see him squatting with intention.
30 seconds remaining. I don't believe Ricky Garrard has yet to drop the barbell. Still staying super focused. Same with Jorge Fernandez in lane 10 as well.
Yeah, very different strategies in terms of the buy-in for those two guys. That was our first key to success, but when it comes to the squatting, both of them with a full minute of front squats at a moderately heavy weight. 49, did he say for Jorge?
45, I think.
45, that makes more sense. 31 for Ant. 45 for Ricky, so we're going to have a race on our hands here at very least between Ricky and Jorge. 45 for Simon Montila. 45 for Moritz Fiebig. 36 for Javier. 34 for Kaiki. 34 for Kalian. Briand, 36. 39 for Dan Tai. Dan Tai squatting with the cross-handed, no front. He's doing the, what do you call this? The mummy front squat.
Yes.
Jorge Fernandez on screen there. And, you know, we talked about he was aggressive on the bike, hitting 40 seconds or so to take the 16 calories. He's got 45 reps. Ricky Garrard, who took a full 55 seconds on the bike, also at 45 reps. Some athletes thrive in different environments. For me, I like to find more of a pace that I can maintain throughout the course of the workout. Sometimes you have athletes that can like go hard and take more rest, and they can recover quickly and repeat that effort. So if Jorge knows that might be him, then that could justify a more aggressive pace on the bike. And even in that 20 seconds, he knows he can recover to the point of being able to do a minute straight of front squats with over 200 pounds on the bar.
Round 3 has begun as the men are now back on the rig for their 25 total bar. We've got at least 3 men, I believe 4 men with 40 plus front squats, 3 of them at 45.
4 men at 45 if the PA or the MC on the floor got it right, and those men would be lanes 6 and 7, 8 and 10. So sorry for Ant Haynes, but you're surrounded by a bunch of squatting giants out there. Ant Haynes had an incredible year at the games this year. He would tell you he's not the strongest guy in the field, but Moritz Fiebig, Simon Mintala, Ricky Garrard, and Jorge Fernandez are going to have a battle in this round. All of them are going to finish the reps. It's just a matter of who's going to do it first second, third, and fourth. And in addition to that, they're battling against Yorgos Karovis, who is also on 45 reps coming in. And don't forget that I mentioned as he was coming across the line that there was a lack of a sense of urgency. It took 5 or 6 seconds, 2 or 3 of which he didn't need to take. We were projecting 14:47 as the time to beat. I'm betting that 2, if not all 4 of these guys beat that, if for no other reason because they sprint across the line, because they're going to be racing each other.
Hands are starting to go up for the men. They had to complete 16 calories on the Echo bike. They should have no issues with that. About 15 seconds left to go to complete that work. Simon Mantilla, the first one off of the bike, along with Keike Cervinia in lane 4. You can see a little bit of a limp as they're feeling the work from the bike
Mantilla
and the front.
Cheering the crowd, and he's going to get at least 1 rep done before anyone else. Make it 2 reps. Fibic, Gerard, and Fernandez pick it up at the same time. But this looks like Simon Mantilla's minute to lose.
With 4 men tied with 45 front squats, the first man with a hand up in the air, Simon Mantilla, is the first one. Moritz Fiebig in lane 6 as well, and then we have a hand up for Jorge Fernandez, but it's Mantilla who's going to get off the line first.
I love that. 10:33 or so for Mantilla.
Moritz Fiebig, the second man to get across in lane 6. He is done. He's followed up by Ricky Gerard in lane 8, and there is Jorge Fernandez in lane 10. Your first 4 men to get it done here in the 3rd round.
Yeah, and I believe that Yorgos Karovis is going to slide right in between Ricky and Jorge. But if Jorge had been in this, if Yorgos had been in this heat, I believe he could have beaten Ricky, and that's a couple points in Ricky's favor and not in Yorgos's, based on just that sense of urgency finishing out that last 10-meter run. As it is, Simon Mantilla, he knew that this was his minute. He walked as soon as they said go. He was out the gate telling the crowd, "This is me," and he got it done. 10:33, new time to beat. 10:42 for Fiebig, all times unofficial. 10:46 for Gerard. 10:47 from Heat 1 for Karovis. 10:48 for Jorge. 10:50 for Uldis. 10:54 for Alex Katulis. That's 7 men done in the 3rd interval. But for the men in the last heat, if you're watching this or you're in the tunnel and you see this, you're like, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to finish in 3 rounds if I want to be in the top 10.
Yeah, the men definitely putting up some competitive times and some big numbers on the front squats in the first 2 rounds to set themselves up to be able to compete in that 3rd round. Now we've got 6 men left on the floor as they will look to finish their work. This is the final round, as they're beginning their final round of 25 total bar on the rig.
And here on the left side of the screen, this feels like a competition. They're still going head-to-head with guys on their left and their right. But for poor Ant Haynes, man, all the way out there on the right side of the floor by himself, lane's empty on both sides of him. It looks a little bit strange, and it sure feels a little bit lonely. In terms of the men that are still on the floor, there are other times to beat. And none faster than David Shrunky so far, 14:17. He only had a handful of reps remaining. So we'll see if some of these guys can get this done relatively quickly. Otherwise, Elliot Simmons was right towards the end of the interval, 14:55.
10 seconds remaining, 4 men left on the rig to finish up their total bar. Got one last guy. And it looks like Javier Gonzalez was able to finish up the work, so all 5 men will advance. All 6 men will advance.
And Javier Gonzalez finished that first round of the toes bar at 40 seconds. In the 4th round, it took him 59 seconds. I'd rather see the consistency from 1 to 4 across the board, because you don't earn anything by those extra 20 seconds in the first round.
So the men will now complete 16 calories on the Echo bike before they will enter the final round over at the barbell. Again, tracking down 60 front squats.
And we mentioned when Martin Cuervo was out on the floor that there's just a host of talented men from Spain in competitive CrossFit at the moment. When you talk to any of them, they'll tell you that back in 2016, Javier Gonzalez was the GOAT in Spain. He was the best male athlete there. We're 7 years on from that. He's obviously an older athlete now. He was 9th place here last year, and he's still able to hang at these competitions. But he, for many of those athletes, was inspiring to a certain degree a few years back, and it's cool that he's still out here throwing down with some of the athletes that he helped bring up in Spain.
All of the men being able to complete their work on the bike and now working their way to the barbell. We've got a hands up in the air in lane 1, Daniel Tai and Guillaume Briant in lane 2. Daniel Tai, he's going to be the first one to be finished in this round. He gets over the finish line, and then Guillaume Briant follows up behind him. He is now done. 4 men left on the floor to complete their front squats.
About 14:32 for Dan Tai, 14:36 or so for Guillaume Briant. Both of those slower than Sharonke, faster than Elliot Simmons. Hand up in the air for Gonzalez as well as Terueni and Kalian Souza. Kaike is going to get across the line about 14:57. 60 reps in the books for Souza, so that should match the score that Cuervo had in the first round, at least on reps. We'll, of course, have to check all the official scores for that. But 3 more finishers there, 7 total in this heat. All of them looking up at the big Swede, Simon Mantila.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So we had 4 men able to complete all the work in the 3rd round in this heat. 3 more able to cross the finish line in round 4, the final heat. And now we have 10 men left. The final heat going to be coming up next here at the Dubai Duty-Free Tennis Center. And I'm sure all 10 of those men left in the back were watching the competition closely and know how much work exactly they have to do. You had 4 men at 45 front squats entering round 3. So that is kind of the target that everybody in the next heat will have if they're looking to put up a top time in this event.
Yeah, shout out Ed Haynes there, Ant Haynes' brother. Very intelligent coaching mind over in Europe. The pair of them have had a big influence on CrossFit in Hong Kong and China. And then Michelle sitting next to him there, Ricky Garrard's girlfriend, watching the competition as well. Front row for all the action tonight.
Dubai trying to give us a little feel of Wadapalooza right now.
Definitely a good environment out here, and you know, for the athletes, it's exciting to go out onto the floor with the lights off and the spotlights flashing around. It gives me throwbacks to 1990s, going to some Chicago Bulls games.
All right, let's take a look at the lane assignments for the final heat of event 4 presented by the Imam Company. It's Michael Smith in lane 1, Luka Jukic in lane 2, Fabian Benito Celis in lane 3, Chandler Smith is in lane 4, Bronislaw Linkowitz in lane 5, Roman Krenikov in lane 6, Lazar Jukic in lane 7, Toby Buckland in lane 8, Griffin Raleigh in lane 9, and Annual Ikai in lane 10.
And the guys in the truck asked me to pick 2 athletes in this heat. Nearly an impossible task. I want to talk about all of them, but I have to start with Luka Jukic because it's his birthday. And I forgot to mention it in the first heat. He did have a top 3 finish. He was one of 3 men to finish that in event number 3. And, you know, it's always a kind of fun and special thing for these guys that train all year round to get out there on the competition floor on a big day like that. Also going to pick his brother Lazar, because Lazar, coming off an event win, he's out here. He means business. He wants redemption from last year, and he wants to win this competition. 2 years ago, when Roman and Ricky are here, he finished 2nd behind Roman. He stole some points from him on that workout earlier today, and he's going to be looking to try to do that again in the middle of 3 workouts on the middle of 3 days of competition.
All right, here is the workout the 10 men on the floor will go through tonight. It is event 4 presented by the Imam Company. It's a 15-minute Imam where they will do 25 toe to bar in the first minute. They have to complete all the work before they can move on to minute number 2. That's 16 calories on the Echo bike. Have to complete all of that work before they get to minute number 3, and that is max front squats. It is 95 kilo on the bar, 220 pounds, and they're tracking down the magic number of 60. Once you get to 60 total front squats, your work is done, as long as you're able to cross the finish line before the minute is up, and then you get 1 minute of rest. We've seen multiple men get across the finish line in the third round. So that is what these men, if they're looking for a top time, that's what they're searching for. And we saw 4 men with 45 front squats heading into that third round. So that's their magic number, essentially.
Yeah, not just that you want to be at 45, but you need to be feeling good enough to move with urgency and squat with purpose, as Simon Mantila did. And when I look across the lane here, I see a few athletes that jump out to me as potentially being able to do that. Both Griffin Raleigh and Toby Buckland are extremely, extremely strong. Before the Olympic lifting total yesterday, Griffin Raleigh told me that on any given day, he could squat clean 400 pounds. He wasn't confident he could jerk it every time, so he didn't quite do that much on the competition floor. But if you can squat clean 400 pounds any day, 205 pounds per rep seems like a pretty comfortable weight to me.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Toby Buckland, we spoke about him earlier, and in the little bit of chaos with the rounds of, on the floor and the awesome race between Lazar, Roman, Luca, Fabian Benito, and Chandler Smith, we didn't talk about him too much during event 3. This format will give us a little bit more of a chance to do that. He's a 24-year-old kid from the UK, grew up near Norwich on a farm in a farming family. He's moved out here to Dubai about 5 months ago, coaching at Inner Fight, maybe about 10 hours a week, and training with the purpose of eventually making a CrossFit Games semifinal. I mentioned it before event number 3, but being earning a spot in this final heat on the middle day of competition and looking to your left and right and seeing guys like Lazar Jukic, Roman Krenikov, Branislav Lankovic, Chandler Smith, and the rest of these guys has got to be a bit surreal, and also an amazing opportunity to see what the work in the gym has amounted to in terms of testing yourself against some of the best athletes from around the world.
We've got the men finishing up their 16 calories on the Echo bike. They will all advance to the barbell to take on max squats in 1 minute.
You see Lazar and Roman stepping off the bike there side by side with less than 10 seconds to go in this interval. Toby Buckland we saw get off the bike about 10 seconds prior to that, and we can contrast that with the different strategies we saw in the previous heat. Jorge Fernandez pushing the pace on the bike, buying himself a little more rest. Ricky Garrard managing the bike more like these veterans in Roman and Lazar, and then kind of thinking that might be their best opportunity to capitalize on the front squats. Lazar Jukic dropping the bar, first one to take a break. Branislav Lankovic shortly behind him doing that. You certainly can take a break and still do well on that. We see Luca taking a break as well. But those guys that we talked about from the previous heat, I don't remember seeing their barbells on the floor. Roman Krenikov in the red shoes, middle of the floor, taking a little bit of a break, but not putting the bar down. Chandler Smith using that kind of mummy squat that I talked about. Nothing wrong with that. Dan Ty had a decent time doing that. And as I get into the last 10 seconds here, Roman dumps it. Chandler continues to keep moving. And we'll see if we can get some updated scores from the MC down the floor.
Chandler, last one to drop the bar from what I've noticed there. Roman was right behind him, about 5 seconds left on the clock.
I think they said 25 for Aniol, 26 for Griffin, 25 for Buckland. Big numbers from the first couple athletes we've checked in with. Lazar 26, and that's including some break. 25 for Roman. He didn't put the bar down. 24 for Braun, 24 for Chandler. Oh my goodness, Derek. Benito at 26, 21 for Luca, 20 for Michael Smith. So hearing those numbers in the first round, if I'm Luka Jukic, I'm a little bit nervous. And he told me that in this workout in particular, if I can manage a top 10 finish on this one, I like my chances to make the podium. If I'm not able to do that, there's going to be a battle that I'm going to have to endure. Right now, he's not in the top 10 position for this total workout, but round one's no guarantee of how it's going to come, so we'll check back in a minute.
Yeah, if you're looking at the trend of the first 2 events, though, you have 8 athletes with 24 or more front squats. The trend says you're going to have 8 athletes finished in the third round.
Yeah, we mentioned it briefly in event number 3 that this is a big field. I mean, by that I mean these guys are taller and heavier than your average CrossFit field, with 13 of the 26 men checking in at 6 feet or taller, many of them at 210 pounds or heavier. And that means that a 205 pound barbell is going to move on average maybe a little bit better. You know, the old saying, mass moves mass. There's a lot of mass out there on the floor. What I do like to see there is Lazar Jukic taking the calculated breaks, Branislav Lankovic taking the calculated breaks, not falling for the trap, and having that 24 rep mark. I think I'm okay with being 1 or 2 reps behind when I'm taking a break and I'm watching Roman push through for the whole minute and only gain 1 rep on me.
Yeah. All the men now on the second round of the Echo bike. They must complete 16 calories on the bike in order to advance to the barbell.
Get a good shot of the athletes here on the bike. Lazar Jukic. Yes. Probably, he's looking intently at his monitor there, and my guess is that he has a very specific either RPMs or wattage that he's wanting to maintain. On the Echo bikes, it ticks up like 7, or so watts at a time, and he's probably just trying. He knows that there's a certain pace. I can hold this, I can breathe through it, I can finish it in 51 seconds, and that's going to set me up best for a good set of front squats. And I think that's why he's got so much focus on the screen there.
With 10 seconds to go, everyone is off the bike and will advance to their barbell. Again, we have 8 athletes currently in the field with 24 front squats or more.
One of those athletes in lane number 3 is Fabian Benito. There was a good shot of Luka Jukic going to the mummy kind of style grip there, but Fabian Benito, as you see in the background there just behind Chandler Smith, currently 3rd place overall. We said earlier he's the defending champion here. His event finishes so far 11th, 5th, and 4th, and I believe he was in the lead with 26 reps after that first round. Super strong athlete, great squatter, riding some momentum, and I've always, this past year especially, I've seen that when this guy gets the ball rolling, he's dangerous out there. He's got the bar on the ground here. We'll see if he's able to maintain the lead into the second rest period.
You know who hasn't dropped his barbell yet?
The big Russian?
Roman Krenikov.
He didn't do it in the first round. He does not look like he intends to in the second round, but it didn't yield him that much of a difference in the first interval. And here he goes. He's dropped it with 10 seconds to go, and he's going to head back to the rig. Now, he may know in his head that I wanted a certain number of reps, and that if I get there, I know I can finish. See what that number is when the MC. Aniola Kai, 46 reps. 44 for Griffin Raleigh. 43 for Buckland. 48 for Lazar. 46 for Roman. 42 for Big Braun. 45 for Chandler Smith. 47 for Benito. 38 Luka Jukic. Michael Smith. 38. Wow, okay, Lazar Jukic, 48, Fabian Benito, 47, Aniola Kai on 46. Aniola Kai on 46 to me is Sylvia Garcia finishing this in 3 rounds. When you look across the field, nothing against Aniola Kai, but he doesn't strike me as the guy who's gonna out front squat for reps. Moritz Fiebig, Simon Montilla,
right.
Roman Krenikov. He's ahead of those guys right now through 2 rounds.
Oh, we're gonna have about 7 to 8 guys who could finish in this round. They are starting round number 3. They've got 25 total bar on the rig before they advance to 16 calories on the Echo bike.
And if they're going to want to win this, they need to track down Lazar Jukic. He's leading the heat. And they also need to beat Simon Montilla's time of 10:33. Now, Montilla was only on 45 reps, but he cruised to the barbell, got 2 reps in the bank before anyone else in his heat, and his cycle rate was very fast. He didn't have the biggest urgency across the line. He might have been able to be 1 or 2 seconds faster there. I do think there's an opportunity for the guys on 46, 7, and 8 to all come in ahead of Montilla. And that could be 4 guys, by the way. By the way, they do have chip timers on, and the chip timers are the official scoring. The judges have stopwatches, and they're taking an unofficial time. We don't have a perfect sight of it, what time they cross the line and what their whether it's left leg, right leg chip timers or whatever. So, in the case that we're announcing these times and they're not exactly what you see on the leaderboard in a few minutes, that's why. And in the case that we end up having a race here, which I don't know, Derek, I got a sneaky feeling we're about to see a race across the finish line, maybe on some wobbly legs. We'll ultimately defer to the chip timers.
All the men looking to complete their 16 calories on the Echo bike. And then again, they'll attack the barbell as we're looking at about a 6, 7, almost 8-man race as they get to the barbell.
And here we go, Roman and Lazar jogging to the bar with purpose. Roman gets it up. He's getting about a half-rep lead on Lazar there, but Lazar had a 2-rep lead on him on the barbell. Both of them are squatting extremely fast in terms of cycle rate. We'll see if hopefully the judges throw the hands up in the air so they get a good idea of who is where. Lazar drops the bar with a few reps to go, but so does Roman. And that drop is the window that he might have needed. Fabian Benito with a hand up in the air. Lazar with the bar down, and he's going to take the heat and the event. Roman's going to be tight with Montilla. Fabian Benito's going to get another top 4 finish. I believe Montilla's in between him. Anyola Kai outside lane. I'm impressed with Anyola Kai on this workout. Griffin Raleigh, who expected to do well on this one, he's going to be another finisher in the 3rd interval. Chandler Smith with the bar on the car. He's got 10 seconds to get across the line. Not the most comfortable run, but he'll be done. Toby Buckland racing the clock here, and he, with urgency, gets across, leaving only 3 men on the floor. We had 7 guys in the first 2 heats finish. We had 7 men in this heat alone finish, but for the second time today, it's Lazar Jukic beating the field, but only earning the minimum points against Roman Krenigov. This guy will not go away.
7 guys crossing the finish line in the 3rd round in the final heat for event 4.
That was risky from Lazar, man. He dropped it. He dropped it and still got the win. Ooh, I got goosebumps.
The big men getting it done, but we still have 3 men left on the floor. That is Michael Smith in lane 1, Luka Jukic in lane 2, and Branislav Linkowitz in lane 5.
And really, you know, a lot of times in CrossFit, we see guys cross the finish line and you want to see the carnage, but then there's other guys still working out and you want to see them working out. Here with the rest minute, we get to see Fabian Benito and Toby Buckland sprawled out on the floor, and we don't miss anything in terms of the guys who are still resetting for the final round. Best of both worlds in terms of what everyone's able to digest at home. Now it's a mental fortitude thing. So if you're one of these guys that's left on the floor and you see 70% of your heat has finished, that could be demoralizing. And there's no other way around it. But this workout's not over. The event's not over. The competition's not over. There are points to fight for. Okay, 14 guys are done. There's another 14 guys that you're still competing against. Right. And when we look at the people that are still left out on the floor, we have times of 14-17 from David Sharonke, 14-32, Dan Tai, and then a bunch of guys other filtering behind then. So 15th place if they're able to beat Sharonke is what we're projecting here. And you can certainly have a 15th, 16th place finish and still be in the hunt for a top 3, top 5 spot when you've got some good event finishes to your name, as Luka Jukic does, a 10th and 11th and a 3rd so far. And for the first time on the men's side, Derek, Big Braun caught up on the toes to bar, as we saw happen to a few other women.
Yeah, not able to complete the toe to bar, so he will not advance to the bike. So that leaves 2 men left: Michael Smith in lane 1, Luka Jukic in lane 2. Is it a surprise to see that Braun wasn't able to complete the work, or not even finish in the 3rd round with some of the other big-time lifters like he is?
I want to see his scorecard. I watched him at the end of that round as I thought he might be finishing. I think he either did 59 or 60 front squats. I think he was either one short or had completed the round, but he wasn't able to get across the line if he did get the 60. And, you know, as we talked about with Silvio Garcia having a similar experience in Madrid, like, that can just be so draining in terms of not just the physical, but the mental of knowing how close you were and knowing you have to go back when almost everyone else has just finished. And you see it, the way he's laying on the ground there makes me think that he's, knowing that he was this close to avoiding this reality. Luka Jukic, good urgency there, getting under the bar. Michael Smith right behind him by about a rep. Smith, hand in the air first, though. That 14-17, excuse me, from Sharonke looks like it's going to hold up as the fastest of the men who needed the full 4 intervals. 14-32, Dan Tai, the next time that they're looking at. Michael Smith should be getting in ahead of that. And Luka Jukic, I want to see him run across the line here. These couple seconds are a couple points. No real urgency, but still faster than Tai. So I'm projecting 16th and 17th for Smith and Luka Jukic, respectively. Big Braun there by the rig, getting his bearings and his legs back under him. And the men from Heat 3 did not disappoint on event 4. Several impressive performances. I do want to mention Aniola Kai, a phenomenal performance there, taking maybe a 5th place overall in the workout. Simon Montilla, I believe, holding on to 3rd, but for the 2nd time today, it's Lazar Jukic and Roman Krenikov leaving the rest of the field behind them. We knew they were 2 of the 3 big dogs coming in, and they are taking care of business inside of Tennis Stadium on Saturday.
Yeah, we saw some big numbers put up on the front squats in this heat from both the men and the women. But the men absolutely crush it there in event 4. But we're going to step away for a few moments. We've got event 5 coming up a little bit later. The women are going to start first. It's the final event of the night, and it should be a good one. Stick right here. You're watching the Dubai Fitness Championships. We'll be right back. Welcome back into the 2023 Dubai Fitness Championships. I'm Derek Forrest alongside Brian Friend. We have one final event for the night that the women and the men will take on, and it's simply called Elimination. And it's...
The writing is on the wall. Fast enough and you survive, slow enough and your night is over.
Yes, sir. And it is... Here are your lane assignments for Event 5 Elimination. We have Maddie Harris, Taylor Howe, and Alexia Williams have withdrawn from the competition, so you will not see them in this heat. Brittany Weiss, Elena Caratala, Evie Hollis, Devin Kim, Sylvia Garcia, and Hannah Carlson will be on the floor. And the event elimination, it's a quick one, and it's going to move really fast.
Yeah, quick and fast, and should not be discounted the work that's already been done today. Potentially 70 to 100 thrusters, potentially 50 to 60 of moderately heavy front squats. And now you got to put the legs to the test on a second bike of the night, burpee box jump over, and a heavy Husafel sandbag carry to the finish with the time pressure of an elimination style workout.
Yeah, so the workout is you will have 15 calories on the erg, 10 burpee box jump overs, and then a 30-meter sandbag carry. And they'll be carrying the Husafel bags for that carry. And then after everybody goes through their heats, we're going to have a cut, we're going to have another cut, and then we're going to have a finale for the heat for both the men and the women.
Yeah, so we have had a few withdrawals. Either way, all the athletes are doing the first round. Top 20 will advance to the second round, top 10 to round 3, and the finale will feature the top 5 athletes. Obviously, your scores from any previous round are wiped clean when a new round starts.
But again, we just kind of saw some of the community members go through a version of this workout. It was a team workout, obviously, but this one, again, going to move quick. It's going to be done in about 60 seconds or so. So make sure you're paying attention at home, because this is the definition of a sprint in a workout.
Yeah, so as you see on the floor there, Maddie Harris in lane number 1, she's in the heat. Lane 2 and 3 are empty for withdraw. The rest of the women filling in lanes numbers 5 through 9. And, pressure's on right here. Some of these women have had decent days of competition so far. Some of them will certainly be looking to end the night on a positive note. One of those is Hannah Carlson, who's in the front of your screen there. She's just coming off actually her best finish so far of 21st, and will be looking to improve upon that in the event 5 here as well. The athletes are ready to go. Judges were not ready to go. So here they come, and we'll get a reset and get the first heat of the first round of event 5 underway here momentarily.
Reset my screen for me.
Again, just so you're aware of the workout, it is one round. It is a sprint, 15 calories on the bike erg, then followed by 10 burpee box jump overs, and then a 30-meter sandbag carry.
Saw a couple shots of the athletes there. Brittany Weiss in this heat. She's at a 16th and an 18th place so far today. And Sylvia Garcia, a 6th and a 4th. I will tell you guys, don't get married to the leaderboard. I know there's a couple of appeals that are withstanding. There's a lot going on tonight, so the scoring team is going to review that tonight. Obviously, everything will be taken care of, but as it stands, those are the results for the workouts that these women have already done today.
And here we go. Event 5 elimination underway. These women will attack 15 calories on the bike erg first before getting to their box jump overs.
10 burpee box jump overs, then carry that sandbag to the finish line. You mentioned that the Gulf Coast athletes have already done a version of this workout, and right in the last heat, actually, we saw that there was a race to the finish with that sandbag. And as we saw in the Rogue Invitational a couple years ago, a little trip falling over the sandbag short of the line, costing an athlete a spot in the final round there. So don't take anything for granted on this one from an athlete's perspective or a spectator's perspective until they get that sandbag across the line.
First person off the bike was Hannah Carlson in lane 9, followed by Devin Kim in lane 7. Carlson already has a hand up from her judge. as she'll move on to the 30-meter sandbag carry, and that's where she's at now, followed up by Devin Kim in lane 7. She drops her.
There it is. Yep, you got to make sure that you have a grip on that bag. Hannah Carlson bobbling it there, allowing Devin Kim to have the top time 1:14 unofficially. Hannah Carlson across the line.
Hannah Carlson crosses the line second. Brittany Weiss in lane 4, then followed up by Sylvia Garcia in lane 8. She also finishes, and now you have Evie Hollis finishing up. And that is the first heat of elimination.
Oh, at Devin Kim, 1:14. Hannah Carlson, 1:19. And slowest time was 1:35. So kind of have a first run through there to see what kind of a fast and a slow time could potentially be. Obviously, it could be faster and slower, but really, not that we're trying to have the commentators curse or anything, but it is a very real thing that just because you're the first one off the bike or the first one off the box jump does not mean that you're going to be the first one with the sandbag across the line. And it is worth it to take an extra half second and make sure you have a secure grip on that so that you can finish the carry and avoid a bobble like we saw from Carlson there.
Getting to see the first heat, what are your thoughts on strategy for this? Obviously, it's a sprint, but
yeah, I mean, if you know the expected time domain is maybe 1 minute and 20 seconds, that's an amount of time where you gotta attack. You can't. It's only a 12, 13-second spread from first to last, and so there's no real reason here to hold back. The worst thing that happens is you don't make the cut and your night is over. You got a full 18 hours to recover before anything else. But none of these women want to go home in the first heat, so no reason to hold anything back on this one, if you ask me.
All right, the women for heat number 2 are taking the floor. Here are your lane assignments in lane 1, Allison and Nguyen. Lane 2, Lauren Fisher. Lane 3, Luisa Marquez. Lane 4, Manon Aganis. Lane 5, Shahad Boudebs. Lane 6, Julia Cato. Lane 7, Kyra Milligan. Lane 8, Sayakaya. Lane 9, Andrea Solberg. And in lane 10, Emily Rolfe.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Kyra Milligan and Emily Rolfe there. Both have had up and down performances so far today. Kyra Milligan currently with a 2nd and a 26th, though really good and not so great. Emily Rolfe with a 15th and a 5th. As we mentioned earlier after speaking to her and her coach, that she was looking forward to the rest of the workouts remaining, including this one. So we'll see if she can string together another top 5 finish here.
Event 5, elimination, is a sprint. You're going to just see one round. It is 15 calories on the erg, followed by 10 burpee box jump overs, and then 30-meter sandbag carry. They'll finish it out with a Husafel bag.
And those Husafel bags, if you never have had a chance to carry them, top heavy, and you got to make sure to get the grip high enough. I think what happened to Carlson there is not that she wasn't strong enough, she just had the grip too low, so the top half kind of tipped forward out of her hands. You saw Devin Kim could not get her full grip around it, but she did have a grip on the upper third of the bag where she could compress the heaviest part of it against her chest and maintain that for the entire duration of the traverse that they need across the floor. People I feel worst for are the volunteers that have to move them back.
Seems like we have a little hold up here from the judges.
Judges putting in a double shift today, doing both the Gulf Coast competition as well as the DFC, and making sure that you got enough judges for lanes. Worth it to double check for sure. Sneaky one to watch in this outside lane, Allison Nguyen. Haven't seen too much from her so far today, but powerful athlete competing out of the North America East region. She was in the mid-20s there last year, and I think this is a great opportunity for her to get after one in the evening on Saturday.
All right, this one's going to move fast in the first heat. We saw women get off within the first 15, 20 seconds off of the bike erg. They're completing 15 calories here. First hand up came out of lane 9. That is Andrea Solberg, followed up by Sayakaya, and now a host of women almost done with their bike ergs. The first one on to the burpee box jump overs was Emily Rolfe in lane 10, followed by Sayakaya out of lane 8.
Shahad Boudebs and then Luisa Marquez, the last two off of the bike there, and they're going to have to blitz these burpees to have any chance of advancing.
Women working on their 10 box jump overs. First women to the sandbag. Sayakaya in lane 8, or excuse me, Andrea Sayakaya in lane 8 in the lead, followed by Kyla Milligan in second. Kaya's going to get over the line first, followed by Kyla Milligan, and then Emily Rolfe in lane 10. And then we've got a host of women that are finishing up.
I'm attempting to write down the scores, and there's no chance.
Quick, Brian. It's moving quick.
There's no chance, but 115, 117, 118, 119 are several of the likely scores of the top women in that heat. 114 from Tevin Kim, 119 from Hannah Carlson from the first heat. So all of those times should be well within the top 10, because even if the top 10 women were to beat them, that would be 11 through 16, 17 or so. So if you're one of those athletes, you're probably feeling good. Everyone else that's right around that 120 or slower mark is going to be needing some help if they want to make it through to the second round.
Your top 3 in this heat. Sayakaya won the heat, followed by Kyra Milligan, and then Emily Rolfe. That is 1, 2, 3 in this heat.
Manya Nangonis was up there, I believe, underneath the time that you're probably going to feel safe with, and everyone else is going to be flirting with potentially missing out on the next round. For the second time in a row, we saw that the first person off the bike was not the first person done with the workout. In the first round, Carlson was off the bike first, but Devin Kim got her. That was a result of a bobble on the sandbag by Carlson. In the second round, Emily Rolfe came off the bike first, but both Milligan and Kaya got to the sandbag and got it across the finish line before she did.
All right, we've got one final heat for the women remaining before we go through our first cuts, and they'll continue to go through this until we have a final 5 set of women that will compete for the event win. So your women are coming out now. Let's take a look at those lane assignments for this final heat for the first round here in elimination. In lane number 1, you're going to have Jacqueline Dahlstrom. In lane 2 is Ingrid Hudemeyer. In lane 3, Veshlamoy Holstad. In 4, Elisa Fuliano. In 5, Karen Frey. In 6, Mia Hesketh. In lane 7, Claudia Gluck. In lane 8, Camelia Hellman. In lane 9 is Nurjit Bleeker. And Emma Tall was going to be in lane 10. She has also withdrawn from competition.
Yeah, tough to see Emma Tall and Taylor Howe withdraw after the last event, but caught up with Taylor and also with their manager in the back, and they just said that in the interest of their pursuits for next season, after what they were feeling with Weiss, that was going to be the best decision for them. And so just wish them all the best and hoping that was a good decision and not too much damage was done, whatever the issues ended up being.
All right, here is the workout, event 5 elimination. It's a 15-calorie bike erg, followed by a 10 burpee box jump overs for the women, and then a 30-meter sandbag carry using Husafel bags. Just one round. This one's wrapping up in about a minute and 15 tops.
Yeah, and when we think about the stature of an athlete that might do well in this workout after we watch the first couple rounds, just like with the previous event, it doesn't seem to necessarily matter. Sahar Kaya, Kyra Milligan on the smaller side, Hannah Carlson, Emily Rolfe on the bigger side, Devin Kim kind of right in the middle, and those have been the top 5 finishers so far. So when you're looking at someone like Elisa Fuliano or Claudia Gluck, who, by the way, are sitting 2nd and 3rd overall in the competition right now, just because they're a bit on the smaller side doesn't mean that they can't do very well on this event.
We've got a couple of hands up for women who are completing the 15 calories on the bike erg. We'll see who comes off of the bike first, and that is out of lane number 5. That is Karen Frey, is your current leader.
Current leader in the heat in the first round of this event. Also current leader for the competition. Her event finishes so far have been 5-1, 3, and 2. Very similar to what she did here last year. And as we mentioned at the end of event number 4, if someone doesn't do something about this very soon, it's going to be Karen Frey and everybody else. However, an elimination style workout is the opportunity that athletes can be looking for. Unfortunately for them, what that's going to require is a mistake from Karen Frey. She's got a secure grip on that sandbag, and at least through the first round, I don't see that mistake happening.
Claudia Gluck making a run. It's going to come down to the wire there, but it looks like Karen Frey's going to get by ahead. And then we've got a host of other women who have finished, but definitely a photo finish between Karen Frey and Claudia Gluck there.
Yeah, and while we did say that Claudia Gluck was well within the safe zone there, Elisa Fuliano back of that heat and probably might be in that bottom 6 or 7 athletes that end up missing out on this round. If that's the case, she came into this one 3rd overall, and about a 40-point gap, 40 or 50-point gap to athletes like Hesketh, Bleeker, Kaya, and Dahlstrom. All of those athletes could potentially be gaining some significant points here in that final podium race.
All right, so now what's going to happen here is now we're going to eliminate the lowest times and get down to 20. I'm not exactly sure where the number is after the withdrawals, but I think five or six women may be getting cut here to get down to 20.
Yeah, so Dana Perrin did not make the trip over. That put us at 29. Alexia Williams was down to 28 with Taylor and Emma out. We should be down to, with missing 4 athletes, down to 26. So 6 athletes will not be advancing until the next round. Just gonna let the scoring team do their job. We'll find out who that is. They'll also likely have to see the athletes based on their finishing times. We know from prior competitions this can be done quite quickly. Sometimes it takes a little bit of extra time. In this case, cutting the last 6 athletes out, it might be pretty clear cut, but we have to give the scoring team the chance to do that.
So the scoring team here will take their time to figure out who they are eliminating. We don't know how close some of those low times are, so we don't know how long it will take for them to come up with those names. But we're going to wait and hold and see, and we'll get those names to you guys as soon as we can.
Yeah, and of course it's not just the bottom times. They also need to make sure all the other times are in order, seated appropriately, and then get them out there in the order that's required for the second of 4 rounds in this elimination style event for the women on Saturday night.
If you're looking at the women in the field, and I think I know who your favorite will be, but who do you think can hold on these next few rounds? We've got 1, 2, 3 more rounds to go. Who do you think will be in the final 5?
Oh, the final 5. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so just
give me one person, but who do you think will make the final 5? I'm not saying give me a final 5.
These style events, which we have seen periodically over the course of the years, Rogue has made a bit of a tradition of having them at their invitational over the past few seasons. You often see that the athletes improve as they go. In this round, it looks like Karen Frey and Claudia Gluck were towards the top. Usually, the athletes that are best in round 1 only continue to get better. So if I had to pick a couple names early, I'd throw those ones in the mix.
Karen Frey, Claudia Gluck, Ingrid Hodgman, Emily Hall, Mia Hesketh, Kyra Milligan, Noah Bleeke, Hannah Carlson, Manon Andronese, Vesla May Kolstad, Andrea Solberg, Brittany Wace, Allison Gwen, Lauren Fisher, Camilla Hellman, Jacqueline Dahlstrom, Sylvia Garcia, and Julia Cotto.
Big applause for Julia Cotto. They're the last woman in.
And now with heat number 1 going in. In lane number 1, Julia Cotto. Lane 2, Sylvia Garcia. Lane 3, Jacqueline Dahlstrom. Lane 4, Camilla Hellman. Lane 5, Lauren Fisher. Lane 6, Allison Gwynn. Lane 7, Brittany Waite. Lane 8, Andrea Solberg. Lane 9, Veslamoy Kolstad. Lane 10, Manon Anguiz.
All right, so we got the first 10 athletes set up for the second round. These would be the bottom 10 athletes in terms of time after the first round amongst the top 20 that had made it through. And so they will need to improve upon their placement relative to the 20 athletes in this round. First round scores irrelevant. Slate's wiped clean. You need to execute again, and this time you have to be better than half of the women that have made it in.
So here is what I was able to recall for the lane assignments, and it looks like it is lane 1, Julia Cato, lane 2, Sylvia Garcia, lane 3, Jacqueline Dahlstrom, lane 4, Camilla Hellman, lane 5, Lauren Fisher, lane 7, lane 6, Allison Nguyen, lane 7, Brittany Weiss, lane 8, Andrea Solberg, lane 9, Volshamay Kolstad, and lane 10, Manon Agonies.
Derek Forrest, ladies and gentlemen, mind like a steel trap.
I'm trying.
And Manon Angonis, I believe, was actually the fastest of these women in this heat, and will certainly be looking to capitalize upon an opportunity here. She's going to need it. She's probably not in the position overall that she'd want to be in. She's currently sitting in 10th place overall, still trying to fight her way back from the 25th on the obstacle course. She's been a 13th and 11th today. If she can get into the top 10, this would be a nice way to end the competition day for her.
All right, here we go. Round number 2. We've got 2 heats of 10 women going at this one. Again, 15 calories on the bike erg, 10 burpee box jump overs, and 30-meter sandbag carry, carrying those Husafel bags to the finish line.
And in an event like this where, tenths of seconds are definitely going to matter. Veshley Kolstad in lane number 9 slipped on her pedal getting on the bike. And, you don't want to count her out necessarily, but small details like that can certainly matter. She's there in the green pants, so we'll see if she can recover from that. In the meantime, on either side of her, Solberg and Angonis were the first 2 to the burpee box jump overs.
All right, now they will finish up their 10 burpee box jump overs. Andrea Solberg, the first one to the box. Let's see who's the first one to the sandbag first. Hand up is Andrea Solberg. She gets to her sandbag first, and she is on her way to the finish line, followed up by Manon Agoniz in lane 10.
And Solberg and Manon Angonis well ahead of the rest of the field. Solberg about 1 minute and 12 seconds. Angonis behind 1:15.
Julia Cato finished
the last one into this field.
Finished 3rd. Sylvia Garcia finished 4th. And then a host of women now crossing the finish line. And the last person on the floor coming out of lane 4, that's Camilla Hellman. She's going to finish up as she's carrying the final couple of meters of that sandbag carry across the finish line.
If you've never had a chance to pick up one of those Husafel bags, it's difficult. I don't like touching the 150 Husafel bag. Half the time I can't even pick it up. So, well, that will be a likely 20th place finish there for Salmitz and Hellman. At least she shows us the human element of moving this very demanding implement. On the flip side of things, Andrea Solberg and Manon Angonis, very clean run there, about 112 and 115 respectively. They'll need to beat at least 2 women in this heat to get into the top 10 for the 3rd of 4 rounds on this elimination style event.
So we've got 10 more women in this heat. We are waiting to hear the lane assignments for those 10, and then we will cut down again. We'll cut the field in half again and eliminate the 10 slowest times after this heat.
On to now the second heat, ladies and gentlemen, in lane 1, Hannah Carlson. Lane 2, Noi Blieke. Lane 3, Kyra Milligan. Lane 4, Mia Hesketh. Lane 5, Emily Roll. Lane 6, Ingrid Hodnemir. Lane 7, Claudia Gluck. Lane 8, Karen Frey. Lane 9, Sahar Kaya. And in lane 10, Devin Kim.
And I do believe that they are basically not circle seating the athletes here. So it's Devin Kim, Sahar Kaya coming in with the top 2 times, Karen Frey, Claudia Gluck the next 2 times, and so on and so forth. Hannah Carlson with the 10th best time being the slowest in this heat, but it doesn't really matter. Now it's time to execute and look for a top 10 time. And as we were just having some time to think there, Ingrid Hodnemer is a very interesting athlete for me here. We haven't had much opportunity to talk about her, but see if she can keep her name in the ring and make it through another round. If she gets into the top 10, I think she has a good chance to make it top 5 as well.
As you just heard from Omar down on the competition floor, your lane assignments: lane 1 is Hannah Carlson, lane 2 Nortje Bleeker, lane 3 Kyra Milligan, lane 4 Mia Hesketh, lane 5 Emily Rolfe, lane 6 Ingrid Hudemeyer, lane 7 Claudia Gluck, lane 8 Karen Frey, lane 9 Sayar Kaya, and lane 10 Devin Kim.
Yeah, big opportunity for a shuffle on the leaderboard. Elisa Fuliano came into this one 3rd overall, and she did not make it into the top 20. Claudia Gluck and Karen Frey were 1 and 2, and the rest of the field, quite frankly, is hoping that they get caught up somehow in some way in this round.
If you're just joining us, this is Event 5 Elimination. We are now in round 2. These athletes will take on 15 calories on the bike erg, followed by 10 burpee box jump overs, and then a 30-meter sandbag carry, carrying those Husafel bags over the finish line.
Great shot of the screen there for Devin Kim, who did have the top time in the first round, holding over 2,000 calories on the bike, but she's not the first one off it. That's Hannah Carlson. Carlson did beat Devin Kim off the bike in the first round. They were in the same heat, and Devin was able to catch her on the burpee box jump over. So Carlson, great power output on the bike. She's going to need to have a clean run with the sandbag this time. If she does that, she could be a sneaky pick to potentially still win this thing. Devin, having the best time, only beat her because she dropped the sandbag.
Hannah Carlson was the first one to the box, followed by Nortje Bleeker and Kyra Milligan. Kyra Milligan, Nortje Bleeker are the first 2 off, and you have out of lane 10, that is Devin Kim out of nowhere, destroys the competition in this heat. We have multiple women finishing very close to the top 2, top 3, top 4, top 5, but it was Devin Kim out of lane 10 who wins that heat.
Yeah, so Devin Kim, I believe, was the fastest once again. Andrea Solberg, 112, I think was second fastest. There were 6 women that were basically a dead heat there. They were right on par with the second fastest time we saw from the first heat. And so those 7 women, plus the 2 we mentioned, probably safe, and then we'll have to wait and see that 10 spot. One of those was in fact Hannah Carlson, who had a clean run with the sandbag there and will likely push into the top 10. But Devin Kim appears to be 2 for 2 through the first 2 rounds. Well, we've seen something like this from Laura Horvath at the Rogue Invitational before, where she's almost winning every round. Actually referenced a previous elimination workout when we talked about Jorge Fernandez earlier. And in that year, he went head-to-head with Justin Medeiros, and they were often first and second in the early rounds as well. So things are looking good if you're Devin Kim right now.
So once again, the judging staff will go over the top 10 times now as we eliminate half the field with 2 more rounds to go. It is a athlete group of 10, and then we'll finish off with an athlete group of 5. So we're just waiting to hear the announcement for that top 10 for this round.
Yeah, you know, so far got to give it to the scoring team. Pretty quick turnaround with all the athletes in the field. Only cut a few on that round, but so far pretty good in terms of keeping things moving in elimination style workouts, which don't always necessarily do that as well as this has been so far.
Advancing to the next round are the top 10 from 1st to 10th. Devin Kim, Andrea Solberg, Manon Angunis, Kyra Milligan, Hannah Carlson, Ingrid Hotnemir, Karen Frey, Noel Blike, Claudia Gluck, and the 10th athlete is Julia Cato.
All right, Julia Cato, last one in after round one, last one in after round two. Derek, I'm not counting her out.
Yeah, we now have our top 10. We're going to wait to hear our lane assignments as we've got one round here, and they will fill up all 10 lanes in this one. But it's Devin Kim, Andrea Solberg, Kyra Milligan, Hannah Carlson, Ingrid Hunemeyer, Norchik Bleeker, Claudia Gluck, Julia Cato. Who am I missing here? Karen Frey is the other one I'm missing.
No, don't
Karen
miss
Frey.
Karen Frey there. But Karen Frey and Claudia Gluck, a little bit worse relative to the field in round two than they were in round number one. And while these athletes would sure have loved to see them miss this round, they're hanging around and they still have an opportunity to get in the top five. If they don't manage to improve on what they just did in the second round, then those they will open the door for some athletes to push up there. And Norcha Bleeker continuing to impress. 9th, 10th, 6th, and 9th so far, guaranteeing herself another top 10 finish. For an athlete who got a late invite here, it's been a really impressive string of 5 events to start this competition.
We're just currently awaiting the lane assignments for this heat.
First round, the range of times was about 1:12 seconds to 1:35 or so. Second round condensed that quite a bit. I believe Devin Kim was pretty close to 1:11, and the slowest time in was right in that 1:17 or 18 range. So margin for error very small, and only 5 of these 10 will move forward from here.
Lane 4, Karen Frey. Lane 5, Ingrid Hodnimer. Lane 6, Hannah Carlson. Lane 7, Kyra Milligan. Lane 8, Manon Angunis. Lane 9, Andrea Solberg. And in lane 10, Devin Kim.
Solberg, Angonis, and Cato came out of the first heat in the previous round, making improvements from their first round performance. We'll see if they can continue to do so. Both Solberg and Manon Angonis would have had a top 5 time in that last one, but so far no one's been even able to beat Devin Kim. We'll see if she can make it 3 for 3.
All right, here is your event description. Event 5, elimination, 15-calorie biker, 10 burpee box jump overs, and then a 30-meter sandbag carry using those Husfeld bags to carry over the finish line. Your lane assignments: Julia Cato in lane 1, Claudia Gluck in lane 2, Norchit Bleeker in lane 3, Karen Frey in lane 4, Ingrid Hunemeyer in lane 5, Hannah Carlson in lane 6, Kyra Milligan in lane 7, Manon Angunis in 8, Andrea Solberg in 9, and Devin Kim in lane 10.
And always interesting to see the athletes' demeanors before an event like this, where it's so fast and the execution matters so much. We saw very serious expressions from Carlson and Solberg. Kyra Milligan, 2 thumbs up and the tongue out, hanging loose and calm heading into the 3rd of 4 rounds.
And here we go in the semi-final round of elimination for the women. They take on 15 calories on the biker.
Keep an eye on Karen Frey in lane number 4. She's had all top 5 finishes so far in this competition. If she wants to do that, she needs a top 5 finish right now in this heat. She was not in the top 5 in the previous round.
First hand up went up to Ingrid Hudemeyer in lane 5, followed by Hannah Carlson in lane 6, and now we have a host of judges with their hands up, and it is Ingrid Hudemeyer in lane 5 who got to the burpee box jump overs first.
Hadnemer, Angonis, Solberg, and Kim, first 4 to the burpee box jump overs. We have seen athletes be able to make a move on the last 2 implements, so no guarantee for those women, but certainly off to a good start in this critical round, round 3 out of 4.
We'll see who gets to the sandbag first.
My goodness, Andrea Solberg's speed on the burpee box jump overs is mind-boggling.
Andrea Solberg in lane 9 is in the lead, being tracked by Julia Cato in lane 1 and Ingrid Hudemeyer in 5.
Angonis is going to get in, and I don't know, between Karen Frey and Kyra Milligan, that is going to be photo finish for the final spot, but Julia Cato, 20th out of 20 that advanced, 10th out of 10 that advanced, and in the top 4, not even a question that she's making it through. On the other side of the floor, Devin Kim, first, she's not making the top 5.
Yeah, Cato and Hudemeyer battling for 2nd and 3rd place there. We'll obviously wait for the results for the top 5. But Andrea Solberg taking the heat victory, so we know she moves on, Cato moves on, Hudemeyer moves on. We'll wait to hear everybody else.
Yeah, and good race right on the bubble there. We mentioned Karen Frey, so worst she's going to do is 6th, it appears, but still, I think she might have edged out Milligan. I'm gonna make a call. Could be wrong. I think she edged out Milligan there from our vantage point, and if she does that, she's going to have another top 5 finish and obviously an opportunity to do even better than that. Julia Cato has to be the story for me. I mean, there's a huge eruption from the crowd. There are some other Brazilian athletes here and some fans that have come to cheer them on. She also lives in Abu Dhabi, only 90 minutes away from here. So I'm sure some members of the gym have made the trip out to support her. But to get the last spot twice in a row and then improve enough to get into the top 5, quite impressive improvement round to round.
It will be Andrea Solberg, Ingrid Hudemeyer, Julia Cato, Manon Angunis, and Claudia Gluck.
I did not see Claudia Gluck sneak in there. I might have missed that, so that means that Karen Frey and Kyra Milligan both miss out. And Claudia Gluck, who came into this one, this event second overall, 32 points behind Karen Frey, has an opportunity to chip into that lead. With Elisa Fuliano missing out on the first round of elimination, it is basically Claudia Gluck who's the only woman that's really throwing punches in the direction of Karen Frey right now. With only 1 day of competition left to go, she's going to be within striking distance.
Yeah, your top 5 advancing to the finals of Event 5 elimination. Andrea Solberg, Ingrid Hudemeyer, Julia Cato, Manon Angunis, and Claudia Gluck.
I told you Hodenemer, if she got into this heat, into this final heat, I had this feeling. So we'll see if she's able to improve even more here. Powerful athlete, very athletic, big wingspan, can hold that sandbag well. But man, Andrea Solberg on the burpee box jump overs, insanely fast. I mean, I feel like she's making up 2 reps on the field on those.
We're just waiting to get things sorted out for lane assignments.
In lane 1, Andrea Solberg. Lane 3, Ingrid Hodnimer. Lane 5, Julia Cato. Lane 7, Manon Antunes. Lane 9, Claudia Clark.
You're fired up about Julia Cato.
I think it's the gym from Abu Dhabi that she coaches that's made the trip over on a Saturday night to cheer her on, and she's certainly make it worth their while. And with the way that they're seating the athletes, with she came with the third fastest time. She draws the middle lane in the final heat. Who knows, man? Maybe she's gonna win this whole thing.
So you heard Omar on the competition floor with your lane assignments. Andrea Solberg in lane 1, Ingrid Hudemeyer in lane 3, Julia Cato in lane 5, Minona Agonis in lane 7, and Claudia Gluck in lane 9.
Now, look, competition director Saud Al-Shamsi has hinted at cuts tomorrow. Well, he has said there are cuts tomorrow. We don't know exactly what those look like, but Julia Cato came into this event in 22nd place. She's going to take home at least 80 points here. It's going to be a massive credit in terms of her chances of making it through whatever those cuts end up being. Ingrid Hodnemer came in 17th place. Similar story for her in terms of the podium race. Manon Angonis, who we mentioned, was climbing back up from a pretty poor first event, is in 10th, and Andrea Solberg is in 11th, so an event win would be massive for either of those women right now.
And here is your final 5 women in elimination. Minona Agonis was flying here on the bike erg. Obviously don't know how many calories she's got. They've got to get through 15, but she came out pretty hot here. We'll see who gets the box jump overs first.
In case you have not seen it yet, there's also money on the line for every event. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 for event wins, second and third. So we talk about a money round. This is it, because 3 of them taking money, 2 of them taking points, but no money.
First one to the box was Ingrid Hudemeyer out of lane 3, followed by Andrea Solberg in lane 1.
Solberg, no surprise, first off of the burpee box jumps, but Cato and Hodnemer are going to have a chance to catch her on the sandbag. They'll have to move, though.
Solberg currently in the lead, being chased by Ingrid Hudemeyer, who may pass her here. And Julia Cato sitting in third. It is Ingrid Hudemeyer who comes across the finish line. Andrea Solberg and Julia Cato, close one, too close for us to call up top here.
You're going to give me the credit for calling Hodnemer 3 rounds ago, Derek? Come on.
You did. You did.
And Manon Angonis and Claudia Gluck with the, I'm going to call this the no money walk. What a great race. What a great performance by Ingrid. She really made a move on that sandbag. Powerful hip drive and getting some good momentum going there. Able to pass by Andrea Solberg, who still had a great performance. And Julia Cato, wow, I mean, went from 20th to 10th to 3rd, and she ends up 2nd or 3rd there, taking home a little bit of money, putting on a show for the crowd. And for the 2nd event in a row, I mean, Hodnemer, one of the bigger athletes here, Solberg, one of the smaller athletes, and I really am a big fan of events that are programmed in a style where you can see a variety of different body types do very well. Take a look at the finish here, and there you see Hodnemer getting across. And we'll see here, it looks like Solberg may have just edged out Cato for the 2 spot. Great replay there. Definitely Hodnemer. It looked like Solberg and Julia Cato 1, 2, 3 on elimination.
So as the men get set to take the floor for this one, we obviously know how this one's going to play out by seeing the women. What are your expectations for the men?
My expectations are the volunteer crew has got to be getting tired, and these sandbags just got 50 pounds heavier. Aside from that, they're probably going to be faster because it's the same number of calories on the bike, and some of these guys are going to blitz these 15 calories in like 10 to 15 seconds if they want to. Burpee box jump overs clearly paid off for Andrea Solberg. So just if you're not the fastest off the bike, hope is not lost, and you must execute on the sandbag. We saw a little bit of everything from bobbles to grips failing to people being able to make passes if they had a good grip and a powerful walk. So no opportunity to really let off the gas here for any of the guys.
Your lane assignment for the first heat of men for event 5 elimination. Elliot Simmons coming out of lane 2, Yorgos Karavis in lane 3, Oldis Upanix in lane 4, David Charunki in lane 5, Alex Koutoulis in lane 6, Martin Cuervo in lane 7, and Christoph Horvath in lane 8. Of course,
very much in the vein of Ingrid Hodnemer. We have some big boys in this first heat that could make some waves in this workout. David Charunke, besides being one of the bigger athletes out here, is extremely fit and powerful. Christoph Horvath, we know he is not afraid to take a risk, and I would expect that both of these guys are going to be looking to capitalize on an event that probably seems like something they can do well on.
Here is your workout description for event 5 elimination. It is a 15-calorie bike erg, followed by 10 burpee box jump overs and 30-meter sandbag carry for the men. They'll be carrying 200 pounds across the finish line using those Husafell sandbags. And it's going to be a quick one. If you're just joining us, it's just one round. And then after all of the athletes go, they will cut down to 20. They'll then cut half the field down to 10. And then the final round will be a group of 5 men.
Yeah, some of the other athletes in this heat to keep an eye on: Yorgos Karavis, Uldis Upanix. Karavis has gone 6th and 8th on the first 2 events today. Upanix 5th and 10th. Although they're in the first heat here because they were in the bottom 7 yesterday, they're currently sitting 14th and 15th respectively overall.
All right, and here we go. The first round of event 5 elimination for the men has begun. They will complete 15 calories on the bike erg before their 10 burpee box jump overs. First hand up goes to Christoph Horvath in lane 8, followed by Martin Cuervo. They are the first 2 to get to the box, and they are flying, followed by the rest of the field. Cuervo and Horvath going rep for rep. Both judges have their hands up for the 2 of them. They are both the first to the sandbag, and it is Horvath taking the lead. And barring a drop, he's going to take the heat. He will come in first. Martin Cuervo will come in second, and that is Yorgos Karavis in the third.
And Christoph Horvath about 57 seconds there. I mentioned that he and Charunke might be licking their chops for this one. Through one round, I mean, he's definitely advancing through the heat. We're gonna have to see how impressive that 57 seconds after it actually is. But between what he just did on the bike and the way he moved that sandbag, he could be tough to beat on this.
You certainly can't blink in this one. This one is a full out sprint for the men. As we've got heat number 2 now taking the floor. Again, we'll have our first 3 heats go before the first cut, and they'll cut down to 20 for the second round of elimination. So joining us on the floor now for the men, you have Michael Smith out of lane 1, Luka Jukic in lane 2, Fabian Benito Sellers, Daniel Ty in lane 1, Guillaume Briant in lane 2, Kalen Souza in lane 3, Kayike Cervini in lane 4, Javier Gonzalez in lane 5, Moritz Fiebig in lane 6, Simon Mantella in lane 7, lane 8 is Ricky Garrard, lane 9 Ant Haynes, and in lane 10 Jorge Fernandez.
Yeah, you think about big boys and some impressive performances early. Kayike Cervini and Kalian Souza were awesome in event number 3. They're going to be looking to have another good performance here. Kayike currently 13th overall, Kalian coming in 17th, but the big mover so far in this heat today has been Ricky Garrard. He's bumped all the way up to 7th, and Simon Mantilla, who's coming off a 3rd place finish in the previous event, he's sitting 8th overall. Moritz Fiebig 9th overall, so some powerful men with some momentum coming into this one.
And the second group of men are off for event 5 elimination. 15 calories on the bike erg. That's where they'll begin before getting to their 10 burpee box jump overs.
Ricky Garrard has an event win at the CrossFit Games in his back pocket when it comes to a Husafel bag, that being one of the more infamous events in the history of the Madison era at the CrossFit Games, the Capitol. That event took a long time. This event does not.
Moritz Fiebig was the first one to get to the burpee box jump overs, and then the rest of the field joined him.
And Moritz Fiebig actually made his first appearance at the CrossFit Game on the back of a sprint-style workout at Lowlands Throwdown a couple years ago that started with a bike buy-in. So he has a little bit of familiarity with pushing the pace on the bike in the sprint workout previously. Off to a lead here. Simon Montila, Ricky Garrard, and several others, including both Brazilians, right on his heels. But Montila, my goodness, dude, this guy is such a powerhouse. And Kalian Souza off screen there with a bobble on the sandbag that could potentially be costly.
So Mantila, Garrard, Fiebig, Kaiki, Cervini all crossed roughly around the same time. Times are way too tight to tell where people were slotted, but Mantila taking the heat win here in the second heat of event 5 elimination.
And I don't think any of them were as fast as Christoph Horvath was in the first round, but all of them should be plenty fast to make it through to the second round.
So this is your third and final heat for round 1 before they cut down to 20 men now taking the floor. And you have Michael Smith coming out of lane 1, Luka Jukic in lane 2, Fabian Benito Sellers in lane 3, Chandler Smith in lane 4, Bronislaw Linkowitz in lane 5, Roman Krinikov in lane 6, Lazar Jukic in lane 7, Toby Buckland in 8, Griffin Raleigh in 9, and Anjoli Kai in lane 10.
Yeah, and Anjol Kai, Fabian Benito representing Spain extremely well so far in this competition. Anjol sitting 4th place and Fabian sitting in 3rd place overall. Their event finishes today. Anjol's been 9th and 5th. Fabian's been 4th and 4th. And they'll be looking to round out a solid day of competition. In terms of the points, there's a big gap between them, however, with Fabian having near a 49-point lead on Anjol Kai. And Anjol Kai is in a battle fending off both Chandler Smith and Luka Jukic by only 15 points or so. So all three of those guys are going to be hoping, quite frankly, that either Roman, who you see on screen there, Lazar Jukic, or Fabian Benito has a bobble, because right now the 3 podium guys are kind of separating themselves from everyone else.
Event 5 elimination is 15 calories on the bike erg. That's what the men will attack here as they begin. They'll then have 10 burpee box jump overs and then a 30-meter sandbag carry using those Husafel bags to get across the finish line.
Lazar Jukic is rolling perfect so far today with 2 event wins. Roman Krinikov has been second to him both times. If I know anything about Roman Krinikov, that's going to be bothering him. If you know anything about Roman Krinikov out there, you know that when it comes to a machine workout,
he's going to crush the bike.
Extremely difficult.
He's the first one off the bike now, and the first and the first one to his burpee box jump overs, joined by Bronislaw Linkowitz.
Yeah, Bronislaw Linkowitz came into the day with the overall lead after an exceptional day 1, 6th and 1st. Today, not so much, 26th and 25th. He'll be looking to rebound and get himself back inside the top 10. Currently 16th place overall.
First one to the bag, of course, Roman Krinikov, and he is moving, followed by Bronislaw Linkowitz and Fabian Benito Sellers in lane 3, but it is Roman Krinikov with the heat win. Looks like Sellers comes in second. Bronislaw Linkowitz and a host of others.
And that's the first time since Christoph Horvath they've been in that ballpark. I would guess they were within a half a second of each other or so. So through the first round, Roman and Christoph seemed to be a little bit faster than the rest of the field, but Devin Kim was fastest in the first 2 rounds on the women's side and didn't make the final. So nothing's guaranteed for them in terms of the final placement. All that we know is Roman and Christoph looked good in the first round.
All right, so the judges will now do the math as they're going to have to cut down to 20 athletes. And then we'll see 2 heats of 10. So we'll wait to see who those 20 athletes are who will now advance to the second round of Heat 5 elimination.
To the 20th. In first place, Christoph Horvath, Roman Karenikov, Fabian Benito Celes, Simon Mentela, Moritz Feiberg, Bronislav Olinkovic, Kaike Servane, Toby Buckland, Aniel Ikai, Martin Swervo, Ricky Gerard, Lazar Juket, Luka Juket, Georges Caraves, Kalyan De Souza, Alex Katolis, David Chironki, Michael Smith, Daniel Tai, and last but not least, Griffin Rowe.
I believe that was Griffin Raleigh getting the last spot in, perhaps looking to play the Julia Cato role, but the guy that I have my eye on sneakily here is going to be Kalyan Souza. He's the only one that I saw drop his sandbag. He still managed to get inside the cut, so don't be surprised if he makes quite an improvement relative to his placement in the second round. Other side of things, Lazar Jukic outside the top 10 in the first round. We mentioned that he's had a perfect run so far today, and he's still 20 points behind Roman Krenikov. If he wants to keep in touch of Roman, he's going to need to make sure to get inside the top 10 in this second round. Because Roman came in with the second fastest time, only trailing Christoph Horvath. And there's no, I'm not expecting Roman to have much of a drop-off on this one.
All right, I believe your lane assignments for this heat: Griffin Raleigh in lane 1, Daniel Tai in lane 2, Michael Smith in lane 3, David Chironki in lane 4, Alex Katulis in lane 5, Kalyan Souza in lane 6, Georges Caravis in lane 7, Luka Jukic in lane 8, Lazar Jukic in lane 9, and Ricky Gerard in lane 10.
I mentioned earlier that Bronislav Olenkovic had bumped all the way down to 16th place from first. He's at 209 points. Ricky Gerard is in 7th place at 243. 34 points separating those 10 spots on the leaderboard, and most of those men are into this next round. That's how tight the men's race is right now, and a lot to fight for in a short event tonight.
30 seconds.
If you're just joining us, this is Event 5 Elimination, and it is one round, 15 calories on the bike erg, followed by 10 burpee box jump overs, and then a 30-meter sandbag carry. 200 pounds for the men, carrying that Husafel bag over the finish line.
Jukic brothers side by side there, and in the foreground, Ricky Gerard. All three of these men are not going to sleep well tonight if they get eliminated in this workout early. I'm expecting them to risk it here.
All right, the men doing work on the bike erg. They got to knock out 15 calories before moving on to those burpee box jump overs.
And you see the power that the athletes are putting into the bike there. Alex Katulis putting his body weight into every single step, and he's amongst the leaders off the bikes. Both Jukic brothers, Gerard and Karovis, alongside him. Everyone else is going to be chasing him on the burpee box jump overs.
Looked like David Chironki was the first one to the burpee box jump overs. We'll see who gets to the sandbag first.
Ricky Garrard outside lane, got his hands on the bag and moving before anyone else. My goodness, man. Katulis, Jukic, Katovic, Greece and Serbia, and Lazar Jukic falling off the pace there in the transition. Ricky Garrard, no problem. Katovic, Katulis, step for step. And I'm getting nervous for Lazar Jukic here in terms of a top 10 finish.
Yeah, Ricky Garrard there, no problems. Alex Katulis, one of the top times as well.
We've heard CrossFit Games commentator Chase Ingram refer to Ricky in moments like that as having the mongrel in him. And that was a different performance than we saw in the first round. I think intentionally so. Think about what we talked about with Julia Copto. 20th, good enough, you make it through, although just barely. 10th, good enough, you make it through, although just barely. Ends up with a 3rd overall. You don't need to go all out in the first round. You just need to make sure not to get eliminated. The pressure's on in round 2. Half of the field's going home. These are the guys that are all feeling confident and they know they have someone to fight for. Ricky turns the dial up a notch, and that's almost certainly going to be a good enough time to advance to the top 10. Every single person in the next heat would have to go faster than that for that not to happen. Another thing that has to be in these athlete lines is that there are cuts in this competition. Not something that we're traditionally used to seeing every year in Dubai. Saud Al-Shamsi made this announcement last night, but without all of the details. And, you know, for Christoph Horvath, he's currently in 27th place. 100 points, if he's able to get it here, is what he needs if he wants to have a chance to continue to fight throughout the entire day tomorrow.
Your final men in round number 2 of event 5 elimination before the next round of cuts. In lane 1, Martin Cuervo. In lane 2, Aniola Kai. In lane 3, Toby Buckland. In lane 4, Kaique Cervini. Lane 5, Bronislaw Lenkowitz. Lane 6, that's Fivig.
Moritz Fivig.
Moritz Fivig. Blanking on his first name, excuse me. Lane 7, Simon Mantala. Lane 8, Fabian Benito Sellers. Lane 9 is Roman Krinikov. And lane 10, we've got Christoph Horvath.
An athlete who's really put himself in a good position today is Fabian Benito. I mentioned that he came in 3rd place overall, trailing Lazar Jukic and Roman Krinikov. Although Lazar's gone first and first today, Fabian's been 4th and 4th, and he's only 24 points behind him. I don't think Lazar's making it to the next round, which means that's an 11th, 12th, or even worse place finish. If Fabian is able to replicate what he did in round 1, he's going to be in the hunt alongside Lazar as probably the last 2 guys that can challenge Roman tomorrow for the top spot. If you didn't catch up with us earlier, Fabian Benito was the defending champion here last year, and he's been riding momentum into the best season of his life. He had a great execution yesterday. He's been awesome today. Let's see if he can keep it going in the evening.
The men tearing through their 15 calories on the bike erg. The first one to the box was Martin Cuervo.
Martin Cuervo on the outside lane. On the other side of the floor, Benito and Roman, and honestly pretty much everyone else, were about a half step behind him.
Knocking out the 10 burpee box jump overs before getting to the Husafel bag.
A sneaky element of this workout, with the margin for error being so small, is how fast can you pick the sandbag up. Roman Krinikov, well, maybe world record pace in terms of that, but Christoph Horvath is taking meter-long steps, and once again
passes Roman Krinikov. Roman looks like he takes 2nd, and then I think it was Toby Buckland, close 3rd.
Toby Buckland actually took a tumble with the sandbag in the middle of the floor. He was in the mix, but he's the first guy that we see that happened to in this round. It's going to eliminate him. It was tough to call. Just say that. Roman and Christoph, they appear to be good. Ricky Garrard, you're in the clear. Everyone else, you're nervous right now because the times are super tight.
Do you think Roman knew that Christoph was next to him? Because he was looking down the line at the other competitors, and I don't know if he lost track of Christoph, or maybe he knew he was there. I'm not sure.
It's honestly, it's kind of a funny dynamic. I mean, what we mentioned, Roman's been 2nd in 2nd day. He's leading the overall competition. Christoph is in last place. So you have Roman's going to be in 1st place after this workout. So you have the leader and the guy who's in last side by side. Roman probably not that worried about Christoph, but if Christoph happens to beat him and he takes 2nd, Roman's just that type of guy that it reminds me of Matt Fraser in 2016. If he goes to bed with 3 second-place finishes, it's not a good feeling for him. He wants wins. He wants to win events alongside winning the competition. Kristoff needs the points. Like, to have any chance to make the cuts tomorrow, these 100 points versus the second-place points total goes a really long way. It's 96 points. It's only in a matter of 4 points, but I told you there's 34 points between 10 spots on the leaderboard. Every point's going to matter with the cuts on the line. So they have different things that they're fighting for, and both of them will certainly be chasing the wheel. I'm just telling you, Kristoff is eating up ground with that sandbag. I mean, that's crazy, man. I don't know. If he's able to get to the sandbag within a couple steps of anyone, I think it's game over.
All right, we will, excuse me, we will now await the judges as they now cut from this field of 20 to a field of 10 for round 3 of Event 5 Elimination.
You know, and I mentioned that Kristoff Horvath is currently in last place in the competition, but keep in mind, he went for a 170-kilogram clean and jerk last night, and he almost got it. If he'd hit that lift, he would have won that event, and he'd be right in the mix with all these other guys that we're talking about. You know, in the cut line, conversation would be completely different. So not necessarily a lack of ability relative to this field. He took a risk. He knew he was taking a risk. It didn't pay off last night. And once again, we see that when certain workouts come out, Kristoff Horvath is an absolute savage. You know, there aren't 10 bikes down there on the competition floor, Derek. I wonder if they play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets those. In the case of Roman Krennikov, I think he just looks at you and you say, yes, sir, you can have my bike.
They're arguing who's in the top 10, and that's how they're prioritizing who stays on the bike.
The elimination workouts, they're always pretty fun. I think they're pretty fun for the athletes, especially when you have a competition that's moving things along like this. You know, you get to go out there. It's a racing environment. If you've ever played sports growing up or any kind of elimination bracket style event, you know, you can't help it. You go out there and you just want to fight. You want to hear your name called for that next round. And then, you know, if you get on the sidelines, it's still fun to watch your competitors go for it. You're going to see something impressive. All of these guys know each other. They have friends, training partners, etc., that are out there that, of course, they want it to be them, but if it's not, they can still cheer for them. And you usually see some pretty cool elements of camaraderie, sportsmanship. You know, they'll be giving each other a hard time. Don't make any mistakes about that. But it's all in good fun.
Roman Krennikov, Martin Swervo, Kaique Servening, Ricky Gerard, Fabian Benito Celes, Moritz Fabig, Simon Mentila, Bronislav Olenkovic, last but not least, Alex Katolas.
Alex Katulis, man, he was fighting on that bike. He's really fast on the burpees. He actually, I think he might have won the 100 burpees for time in the last chance qualifier a few years back, and gets the last spot in there. Well done for Alex. He's been battling all day today. 11th place, 12th place, and now he's going to have his best event finish of the competition, inside, guaranteeing himself a spot inside the top 10 on the Saturday night finale. One heat, 10 athletes, 5 spots in the final on the line.
Lane 6, Ricky Gerard. Lane 7, Kaique Servenin. Lane 8, Martin Swervo. Lane 9, Roman Krennikov. Lane 10, Kristoff Horvath.
All right, so we've got our final 10 men as Omar down on the competition floor just laid out your lane assignments. Alex Gatulis in lane 1, Branislav Linkowitz in lane 2, Simon Mantala in lane 3, Moritz Fiebig in lane 4, Fabian Benito Celis in lane 5, Ricky Garrard in 6, Kaike Cerveny in 7, Martin Cuervo in 8, Roman Krinikov in 9, and Christoph Horvath in 10.
Yeah, and Alex Gatulis, very impressive to get into the seat. Martin Cuervo, the third fastest time on that. You mentioned that he was getting off the bike at the similar time to Roman and Christoph. He is small compared to them, but he's fast on those burpee box jump overs, and he moves the sandbag well. Very impressive through 2 rounds from Martin Cuervo.
So the top 5 here in Event 5 Elimination will advance to the final round, where we'll then crown a winner for the event. Heat 5 Elimination, again, it is 15 calories on the bike erg, 10 burpee box jump overs, and a 30-meter sandbag carry, carrying those Husafel bags over the finish line.
Big moment here for Ricky Garrard and Moritz Fiebig. Simon Mantala, I mentioned that they've all been pushing up inside the top 10. They're in 7th, 8th, and 9th place coming into this one. Lazar Jukic, Luka Jukic, Chandler Smith, Anyola Kai, who are ahead of them on the leaderboard, are not in this heat, so an opportunity to tighten that cap and keep the dream alive. Top 6 is where you really want to be in terms of the big payouts, and everyone, of course, wants to have a fighting chance for the podium tomorrow.
The men on the bike completing their 15 calories on the erg. Just about every judge with their hand up. We'll see who gets to the box first, and that is Branislav Linkowitz in lane 2, the first one to get to the box jump overs.
Malenkovic and Garrard with a couple burpees in the bank before anyone else is off the bike. And I mean, this is the round to go for it. You know, the big points are in the top 5. You got to give yourself a chance. Roman and Christoph were 3rd and 4th off the bike. We know what they can do with the sandbag. We're going to have a little bit of a race on our hands here.
First one to the sandbag, that's Ricky Garrard, and he is flying through. We've got Roman Krinikov as well in lane 9, but it's going to be Ricky Garrard taking that one easily. We've got a battle on the end.
Branislav
and Alex Gatulis.
And I think Moritz Fiebig just edged out Roman for that spot right there. Tight race across the board. Martin Cuervo going to be bringing up the rear here, maybe put it all on the line a little bit too early in the second round. But Ricky Garrard getting better as the rounds go on. Really impressive from Branislav there. Alex Gatulis, crazy good, and Christoph Horvath, not the fastest this time, but good enough to get into the final round. Very much like Karen Frey did in the previous, or in the same event for the women, it looks like Roman is going to be on the outside looking in. There's only 5 advance, and Moritz Fiebig snuck up on him out of a middle lane there to, I believe, take the last spot in. We'll wait to see, of course. The scoring will not be official from us, but from what's down there on the floor. Athletes are wearing chip timers. I believe that's what they're going by officially. But that's what it looked like from where we're sitting. Derek is sitting. I'm standing around and pacing. That's because he's writing down the names and doing all the responsible stuff.
I got to make sure we know who's in the top 5. We do know that Ricky Garrard's going to be in the top 5.
Yeah, and when we look at the leaderboard, 243 points. We mentioned for Ricky was kind of at the top of that group of athletes, but really I just kind of chose a spot there. He's only 13 points behind Luka Jukic, 23 points behind Chandler Smith, 28 points behind Anyola Kai, and Anyola's in 4th place. So Ricky Garrard has the potential to come from 17th at the start of the day all the way up into 4th place at the end of the day if he takes all the points here tonight.
Closer to the judge of Christoph and the judge of Roman. Can you get to this side, please?
And the MC on the floor is calling over some judges for both Roman Krinikov and Christoph Horvath, potentially to confer about timing errors. It looked from our vantage point like Christoph was clearly ahead of him, so we'll let them do their jobs on there, and hopefully they'll get it right.
5 minutes, athletes. 5 minutes. We're going to be announcing the top 5 now.
All right, well, our top 5 is set. Here's your lane assignments for the final heat of Event 5 Elimination. Christoph Horvath coming out of lane 1, Moritz Fiebig in lane 3, Alex Koutoulis in lane 5, Branislaw Alenkowicz in lane 7, and Ricky Garrard over in lane 9.
And if I'm looking at this correctly, the top 6 men coming into this event are not in the final heat. The top men on the leaderboard who are Ricky Garrard, 7th place, Moritz Fiebig, 9th place. And then you got to drop all the way down to Branislaw Alenkowicz in 16th. Koutoulis 18th and Horvath 27th. So this is going to shake up the leaderboard without a doubt. The only question is who's taking home the biggest points and who's taking home the money. As we mentioned on the women's side, top 3 payouts for each workout here in Dubai, 3, 2, 1,000 for event wins, 2nd and 3rd place respectively. And hey, In addition to having an improved place on the leaderboard, it's a nice little paycheck to end the night if you're able to do it.
And here we go, the final 5 men for Event 5 elimination on the bike erg. They'll complete 15 calories on the erg, 10 burpee box jump overs, and then a 30-meter sandbag carry over the finish line. First one off of the bike, that is Moritz Fieberg in lane 3, followed by Bronislaw Lenkowitz in lane 7.
Ricky Garrard 1 burpee behind those 2 men. Katulis and Horvath about a burpee behind that, but don't count Christoph Horvath out. If he's even within a couple steps on that sandbag, he can absolutely eat up the ground. Fiebig about a half rep lead over Braun, half rep lead over Ricky. All 3 of them are going to have a chance here. Braun, the first one to get it off the ground. He's got a lead. Moritz is closing. He closed on Robin and Christoph in the previous round. It's going to be tight. I think it's Braun, Fiebig, and Garrard, but we'll have to check the chips. Alex Katulis and Christoph Horvath, nothing else to do here except for take the points that they can for 4th and 5th, respectively. And Big Braun, for the 2nd event in the row, we found him assuming this position on the ground. In the previous event, it was with an air of disappointment as he did not finish a toes to bar on the last round of the buy-in. Here, it's in celebration as I think that he edged out Moritz Fiebig for the event win, 100 points and $3,000. Those 100 points will give him 309 in total, and that's going to push him past several men that were within striking distance for him heading into the final day of competition.
But as expected, it was an exciting race for both the men and the women, and both finals coming down to the wire there. But
absolutely, and when you talk about an elimination style event, that's what you want to see. I got to give it to the competition for this one. They were really quick in the turnarounds. You know, they wanted to make sure to get that last one right. It seems to me from a removed perspective that there was a discrepancy between chip times and scoring times. Based on what we saw, they did get it right, and for an elimination style workout with 4 rounds, 2 different divisions, they got that done in a very reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, an exciting night and a exciting competition so far here in day 1 here at the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Center. Again, Derek Forrest joined alongside Brian Friend, but this one is over for the day as we get set for several more events tomorrow evening. Just one final take for the men and the women. Who were you impressed by?
Yeah, I mean, look, Lazar Djukic got off to two clean wins there, but Ricky Garrard is clawing his way back after a tough event yesterday. I think the points are going to narrow. As we mentioned, the top 6 guys didn't make the final round there, so there's going to be a big podium battle, and everyone ultimately is still going to be chasing down Roman Krennikov. Came in as a favorite. He'll maintain that lead heading into tomorrow. On the women's side of things, it's a pretty similar story, only the fact is Claudia Gluck has put herself in the conversation to potentially win this thing. Her and Karen Frey are probably going to be well clear of the field. We know there's a couple scoring discrepancies that still need to be sorted out. And some athletes, like maybe a bit of surprising, Norcia Bleeker, Sylvia Garcia, Kyra Milligan with some awesome performances today. And this is what Dubai Fitness Championship is all about, is having a chance for athletes from around the world that you might not know how great they are to get a chance to show it on the big stage.
Yeah, over the last couple of years, we've seen a ton of up-and-comers not only win this thing, but end up in the top 5, top 10, and then go on and make the games later in the year. We could be setting up for something like that again after this competition. But that's going to do it here for day 2 here at the Dubai Fitness Championships. One more day of competition, again, beginning tomorrow afternoon for us here, Dubai local time. But want to thank everybody for hopping in. For the entire production crew, Brian Friend, I'm Derek Forrest. We'll see you tomorrow at the Dubai Fitness Championships.